everybody. I have great news. My bag came. My Devil Wears Prada popcorn bag holder thing. See, look, it even came with popcorn. Just kidding. I did that. It's basically, like, it is cute. It looks cute on the, camera, but it is literally, it's just plastic, and it's just a red little container. Was it worth the, like, $60 I spent on it? No, probably not. But there it is. And I got a little, like, keychain thing, too. Ordered this in, like, March. Or May. I don't remember when I ordered it. April. It was April. It was April, now I remember. And it's finally here. Anyway. Let's get into it. We are somewhat light on the pop news today, the music news. It's not really the focus of today's stream. So I am gonna kind of start. Normally I start with like the non-music related stuff and then we move into music. But today we're gonna kind of do the opposite. We'll sort of go back and forth a little bit, but I'm gonna start with some music news, especially because this is just fun. This is just a nice way to start the stream because this is a joyous video here. Here is Zara Larsson performing Midnight Sun while a whole bunch of people start doing the like Midnight Sun lift in the audience. It's a very fun little watch. Oh, I gotta reset my thing though, sorry, so you can actually hear it.
It's my favorite part. Now we put that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Running midnight sun. I want to see more people up in the air like that. More. Never running midnight sun. That's amazing. I agree, summertime us. Retweets. Yo, what the fuck? Cause it's a beautiful life. Money long, but get the short. More. Don't know if I get to live it right, so I'ma let this everything is whatever you need it to be. No matter the season, summer endless when it comes. Midnight sun, kids, let's go. Laying on your chest like this. Hold me like the pebbles in your hair. And this just in a second. Skinny dipping with your heart out. It's my favorite part. Now we ain't gotta tell no one. And never ending midnight sun.
How beautiful! I mean, part of me does worry a little bit that I hope this doesn't become like a thing at her concerts because it seems kind of dangerous if everyone started doing it at like every show, especially like indoor shows. At least outside people can like kind of spread out a little bit more. But how beautiful! I mean, that's what it's all about. That's the power of pop music. And it is cool too that like she really is kind of milking this era in this song. it's nice in a way because so many girls, you know, they put out the album, they put out the song, and then it's like they have to immediately turn over into a new era after like 6 months. It's sad. It didn't used to be like that. People used to be able to stretch their album campaigns out for like 2 years, and Zara's doing it. Now, granted, she is a newer artist, so like she had to kind of wait for things to catch on and then move from there, and she's milking it, but she's doing very well. I mean, for sure. Look, at the end of last year, I was still questioning, like, is Zara someone who we can consider out of the Kaya asylum? And at this point, yeah, clearly she is. She's a bona fide main pop girly at this point, for the time being. She's here. Yeah, I just wish Midnight Sun was better. I know, I still don't love the music that much. Like, I don't feel that connected to it. Like, I think it's fine, and this song has definitely grown on me, for one thing, especially she keeps performing it, so it gets stuck in your head. I do still kind of think, I think there was a little bit of botting. There was that I got popcorn down here. I forget what the name of the company is, but when they ran that article, I think it was Paste, maybe, no, not Paste, I don't remember what, maybe it was Wired, whatever outlet, it must have been Wired, I think it was Wired. Whatever outlet ran that article about, like, the title was about geese, the headline was about geese, but it was that company that basically just, like, pays for botting, like they're a social media marketing company thing, but for bands. Zara was on the list of artists that may or may not be benefiting from some astroturfing, and I did think that at the very beginning, when Midnight Sun kept, like, going viral on Twitter, when it wasn't climbing the charts at all, I was like, I kind of feel like there might be some bots contributing to this, contributing to all these viral tweets about Zara Larsson. Yeah, Chaotic Good, that was the company. I suspected it at the time. I do still think that that's probably what happened, but if you're able to sustain the attention, I don't think it's a knock on Zara's talent whatsoever. I mean, it is still a little frightening in terms of what companies can get away with and how they can control our attention. Using platforms too, I mean, it's not that different where, like, obviously big record labels could push the popularity of specific artists just through, like, you know, who they push onto radio, who they push onto TV shows, late night shows, morning shows, who they get to perform at all these things. They had power in the first place to manipulate our attention. But it does feel a little bit weird that they can do it with the internet. Like, that feels a little bit grosser, because that should be our platform. That should be the platform of the people. There shouldn't be question about whether or not a whole bunch of tweets were, like, astroturf to be so popular. You know, it sucks. But Zara Larsson is still very talented, so there's that. I don't think that she doesn't deserve to be here any more or less than any other big pop artist. I mean, I would say that there's some pop artists that deserve to be here less than her, so. Here's a view from her perspective, though, so you can kind of see all the fans that she was seeing. It is just beautiful. She also did perform with Pink Panthers. They did their first performance of Stateside together, which I was surprised by, because I thought they had performed together before, but I think they did, and it was a Midnight Sun remix, but now they're doing the Stateside remix, or they did the Stateside remix, which is fun. Don't know why it took them so fucking long. And then Sarah also, because as some people did notice from that one, the fact that she was laughing so much proves that her mic is on. It's been on. It stays on. And here she is somewhat humble bragging about her incredible vocal chops.
Sometimes when I'm hoarse and I can't really sing and like hit the notes, I'm like, this is terrible. Is this what it feels like for people who like can't sing? That's so scary. Sometimes when
I mean, look, the girl's got quite a lot of talent, and she should brag about it. And then also, Zara did do a Winx Club collaboration, which was very smart marketing on her team's part. Because the aesthetics, it's very Winx Club. It's very that. That was genius. That was really, really smart. So, listen, I think it's still way too early to call. But Zara is definitely kind of a big contender for our Pop Girlie of the Year. She's come quite a long way. I think, I don't know. I mean, it's anyone's take at this point. It is still August, so we still have, well, August is almost over. But Zara's definitely making a lot of movement. Someone else is making a lot of movement, and who also was on that chaotic good list. Miss Slater did a Triple J, is that what it, yeah, the Triple J live session thing. She did her own song, Brand New Chanel, sounded incredible. So good. And then she also did a cover of Hole as well. That was great. Now, in other live performance news, Casey Musgraves has started coming to her concerts on a sack of balls. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. She's also apparently selling lube through some other like a lube company. They've got a collab, which is cute. If this will ever load. I'm sure this is okay. So like my OBS is currently frozen, so it just, well, it's not like frozen, but it says there's only 19 concurrent viewers, which I'm pretty sure is not true, and it hasn't moved in like probably about 15 minutes. But whatever. If there's only 19 people here, then that's beautiful. Oh, here it is. Medicine Mama is the company. So, it's called Drought Drops. Brought to you by Casey's song Dry Spell. Love it. Now, that does put her in competition with Christina Aguilera, who had a lube company. I don't know if she still does, but she did. So, there's that. Someone else who's got a new product coming out, allegedly, the rumor is, yeah, 72 people. I was like, 19 seems a little low, but I don't know, maybe people didn't care about the Reggie Watts stuff. But it's just suspicious that it doesn't move. Like, normally, even if there were not that many people here, it would like fluctuate more, but it just is steadily saying 19. So I'm just gonna go ahead and believe that there's 19 people here, and it'll keep me humble. But so, new alleged rumored collab with Taco Bell from Olivia Rodrigo. Supposedly there is a pink Baja Blast coming. I don't know if it's gonna taste different. What does it say? Step inside Olivia Rodrigo's dollhouse-inspired La Mas Cafe and enter a pretty pink festival escape. Grab a free You Seem Pretty Pink for a Baja Blast. Taco Bell's iconic drink with a pink twist. I don't know. I think it's the same. But if that actually happens, then that's cute. She also did release a new single. She released it like today onto streaming, but it came out I want to say over the weekend at some point. It came out over the weekend, but for limited edition CDs that were being sold at an indie shop that was close to the Daisy Chain Fields Festival. So close to this new festival she's putting on, they had one indie shop that sold some limited edition CD singles exclusively, which is cute. I was a little annoyed at one point, like when the news of this song had dropped on Friday, that there was like a limited edition CD thing. I was like, God damn it. A new song that I can't listen to because I didn't buy a fucking CD. But knowing the specifics of it, and also the fact that she put it out onto streaming like by the end of the week. I mean, by the end of the weekend, really, like as after the weekend ended, she put it out on Monday. Oh, here it goes. Now it's updated. Okay, 75. There we go. But hearing the specifics too, even if she hadn't put it out on streaming today, the fact that it's at like an indie record store close to her festival, that's cute. That makes it special. It's not just, like a quick little money grab. And in fact, if anything, it was very much... I'm sorry, I got some popcorn in my throat. Uno momento. But the fact that it was at this one store, to me, it sounds like that's very much not a money grab, because who even had access to that store? Not that many people. So just a fun little thing, but then she did release it today onto streaming, and I guess it's something related to The Handmaid's Tale. I've never read The Handmaid's Tale, and I didn't watch the show either. I think it would just be a little bit too much of a bummer for me at the current moment, because it kind of feels like that's the reality we're living in. But it says, in Margaret Atwood's The Handmaid's Tale, Serena Joy is a conservative religious woman of high status. She used to be a prominent activist and public speaker who defended conservative ideas only to have her own power stripped away once the system was established. She doesn't make speeches anymore. She has become speechless. She stays in her home, but it doesn't seem to agree with her. How furious she must be now that she's been taken at her word. That's from, I guess, The Handmaid's Tale. So in this song, Olivia explores the hypocrisy of conservative women believing the system they uphold will somehow spare them, only to realize that ironically it will oppress them too. If they do it to them, they do it to you. And if they do it to them, they're gonna do it to you. I haven't listened to the song yet, but I love that. Love the message. Very cute. Now, I'm gonna show some clips from Ariana on tour for a second. Just a warning, because and this is the thing that really sucks too, is anytime I bring up Ariana, especially if it's gonna be something from her shows, I feel like I gotta tell people that trigger warning for eating disorders at this point. But I don't want to not show her. That feels weird too. So here's Ariana. I'll play a little bit of... Here she is here she is singing Dangerous Woman. And as this tweet says, it's upsetting that she's unwell for obvious reasons, but all of her concert clips that I've seen are phenomenal. She's seriously solidified herself as a generational vocalist, but it's so overshadowed by the rightful conversation about her condition, and it's been sad to realize. Yeah, it sucks, because vocally, she is really on another level with this tour, and it definitely is getting overshadowed, but at the same time, it's we can't completely ignore what we're seeing. But for right now, let's just focus on how beautiful her voice is. What an incredible song, too. And here she also is doing a different sort of version of Petal, the title track, which sounds really good, too. And I've got no issue with Petal, the album. I think that a lot of people, because they feel weird about what's happening with Ariana right now, I think a lot of people just are not being totally honest about the quality of the album, because I think it's quite a lot better than people are acting like it is, and like the Metacritic score and everything implies. But I have seen some people say that like the album might do a little bit better if she had done this vocal performance on this track. And I would say that I like the vocal performance on the track as is, but I would like this recorded at some point and put onto streaming. I would like this version somewhere. Oh, what a talent. What a talent. And also, just as an FYI, apparently Kiss Me, the opening track, has the right tempo for hands-only CPR. So if you're ever in a situation where you need to do some CPR, just maybe kind of think of that song. It could save a life. Now, there is a new set of matching tattoos. I believe that Ariana already had this one. It's a baby doll tattoo on her finger. And then Ricky, her current boyfriend, got baby doll on his chest right below the more recent matching set of tattoos. Now, really, this was probably just a dumb idea on Ricky's part, because finger tattoos do wear off eventually. Anything on your hands, because you use your hands so much in your daily life. He's gonna be stuck with that tattoo way longer than Ariana is, but you know what? That's his problem. Ari is also in some sort of legal battle right now. It's something about like hackers who are leaking, I believe, the songs for the new album. I'm not entirely sure, because I actually didn't see any leaks, but I'm sure there were some. I just weren't looking. I wasn't looking. But I guess she's been granted permission to issue some subpoenas for, like, I think social media sites. Let's see. Ariana Grande has been granted permission to subpoena information that will help reveal the identities of anonymous hackers who allegedly leaked unreleased songs and footage from recording sessions and music videos. So there you go. A Los Angeles judge approved Grande's proposed order for expedited discovery on Tuesday, explaining that because she is unable to identify the hackers, a waiting period should be waived. Given that there is no one to whom notice can be given anyway, it makes little sense to wait the 16 days. Sure, makes sense to me. I don't really totally understand it in the first place, but I guess she's out here suing people. Somebody. And then she also, there was another usage of some music from the White House. They used, I guess, We Can't Be Friends in an anti-trans TikTok. So Ariana commented and said, "Never use my music again. Also, your truth is false. So me and my truth sit in silence. Men can't have babies and should never compete in women's sports." Ugh, gross. But on that note, talking about this man, we've reached the don't eat anything, apparently, section of the stream. Getting real hard to try to fight eating disorders in this country when literally everything will give you diarrhea and or kill you. It's bad, you guys. So just this week, well, not just this week, but like over the last few weeks, we've had a recall for granola over salmonella contamination. We've also had Outshine bars be recalled for possible glass contamination. Outshine, like the fruit bars, kind of delicious, but apparently might have glass in them. Sourdough bread. Oh, this one's got, okay, we've got a community note here. The FDA did not issue a general recall on all sourdough bread. Okay, yeah, that's true. A lot of this stuff is brand specific, but there is a sourdough bread currently. There's a company selling sourdough bread that contains shards of metal, possibly. It's 517 is 517 loaves of potato sourdough bread from a single business, Grand Central Bakery in Seattle, Washington. So if you live in that area, I don't know if it's just that area that had product recall or if that's just where the factory is, but if you bought anything from Grand Central Bakery, specifically the potato sourdough, don't eat it. Also, alfalfa sprouts. A rare outbreak involving multiple bacteria. It's bad. And then also, dog food. Been recalled across 11 states due to contamination from salmonella.
Oh, now I'm pissed.
The fuck? Oh my, is that an AI dog? Shame on you. Fact post. I can't tell. Is that AI? There have been so many AI animal images recently that now I'm just on alert. But yeah, apparently it's a specific brand again. It's some sort of like wet food brand. You might want to look into it if you're giving your dog wet food at all. If you're giving him dry food, I think that's fine. I don't think there's been any recalls about that. I think it's just the wet food. And then also, blueberries. They've got a big recall, so here's some news about that.
FDA now warning that eating some frozen blueberries could potentially kill you. That's right, kill you, not make you sick, kill you. This as it ups the E. coli threat to its highest level. We're talking about these prepackaged blueberries and mixed berries from the brand Greenwise. Publix grocery stores pulled them off the shelves across the country a few weeks back over potential E. coli contamination. This is where the outbreak stands. A dozen cases in Florida. In Georgia, they have 4 of those ending up in the hospital. The CDC says the true count is probably much higher. Dr. Akash Sal is here to talk about this one. So, Doc, I mean, how does raising the threat here change how people should be buying their groceries?
Well, so this has to do with the sort of level of risk that the FDA has assessed, right? And it's assessed through something called a class recall. So, you know, when the FDA recalls products, they put them into different classes, class 1, class 2, or class 3. I mean, as you alluded to, this is a class 1 recall. This is the FDA saying that these sort of product that they're recalling could cause serious adverse health consequences or death. You may recall, Ryan, a few weeks ago, earlier this summer, we heard about an egg recall linked to salmonella. That was also a class 1 recall. So this isn't the first time we're seeing that, level of seriousness in terms of a food recall. Class 2, Ryan, could be products that could potentially make you sick or potentially make you temporarily sick. And class 3 is something that they're recalling that is unlikely to make you sick. So out of the 3 classes, this is the highest category, the most serious, and why people need to take this recall so seriously.
Well, we're taking it seriously in my house. I mean, we have 4 kids. We eat a lot of frozen blueberries. It's a, kind of a staple of our diet. Should we just be steering clear of all berries altogether, or just specifically this brand? I mean, what are the best practices here?
Yeah, like your house, my house is also a fan of the frozen fruit, and we're not going to be stopping to buy frozen blueberries altogether. But, this is another reason why people really need to pay attention to food recalls, whether it's, checking the FDA website or watching this show or other news programs. It's really important to stay sort of informed about these, because you don't want to stop eating all frozen fruit altogether or fruit altogether. They're healthy, nutritious foods, but definitely stay away from this brand, the Greenwise recalled frozen blueberries, and watch for any signs or symptoms of E. coli if you have been exposed to them recently.
But you can understand why people are freaked out, right? I mean, we're at this point now where we've been told to avoid certain types of lettuce, jalapenos now, it's frozen berries. The problem is that someone has to get sick first before we figure out there's a problem here. Is there anything we can do ahead of time? Is rinsing your produce in the sink enough? Is there further steps that people can do to avoid the plethora of the outbreaks that seem to be out there?
It is enough, and it is what the FDA and the CDC recommend, is rinsing that fruit under warm or under cold running water. If you have, fruits like apples or cucumbers, like vegetables like cucumbers, you can get a little bit more abrasive and scrub them a little bit harder, Ryan. But, for most people out there, whether it's Cyclospora, Salmonella, or E. coli, just a real big reminder to practice those, food safety tips, whether it's, cooking your meat all the way, washing the countertops after you handle raw meat, washing those fruits and vegetables. The really best form of medicine is preventive medicine. You don't want to wait until you get sick, and then it could potentially be too late, Ryan.
All right, so I'm going to keep eating the berries, at least for now. Dr. Sayal, thank you so much for being here.
The thing is, though, is like you just kind of can't trust anything now. Here's a list of foods that have been recalled recently. All of those. We've got the frozen berries, the iceberg lettuce, shell eggs, mixed berries, pistachio nut butter, green powder supplements, jalapeno-containing dips, salsa, and guacamole products, soup kits, salad dressings, granola, dog food, jalapeno peppers, pizza cheese bread products. What does that even mean? Dried herring fish, requesón cheese, soft ricotta cheese, infant formula, multiple cheese varieties, cottage cheese and ricotta products, organic moringa capsules and powders, smoked whole herring, enoki mushrooms, Parmesan ranch seasoning, cheese and garlic croutons, tahina, specialty beverages, multiple green superfood supplements, powdered beverage mixes, infant formula again, potato chips, pork rinds and seasoning products, snack mix, sour cream and onion cheese curds, flavored popcorn seasoning. You mean like this? Fuck. Okay. Coleslaw products, pita chips, chocolate bars, white cheddar cheese. God damn it. Kippered herring, peeled garlic, raw milk, cheddar cheese, brain tonic supplements, dried croaker fish, salmon products, cream cheese and tofu spreads, chicken dog treats, yellowfin tuna, organic chia seeds, green superfood supplements, tamales, shrimp paste, chocolate bars, sea moss gel, superfood, cheese products again. So obviously these are all going to be specific brands, so I might have to look into that popcorn seasoning one. I'll look into what this specifically that's referring to. But this is still pretty bad, and I was wondering a little bit. Is this normal? Like food recalls happen all the time. Is this just like a kind of standard thing that we're blowing out of proportion because we don't trust the administration so much? Already that seemed like a, not likely scenario, because I don't think that the mainstream media is really going out of their way to criticize the administration as much as they maybe should. So it didn't seem likely to me that so many news outlets are covering all these food recalls if it wasn't something that was somewhat abnormal. So I looked into it, and there was a pretty good article from The Verge about this. So the question, is this normal? Do we normally have this many food recalls and we're just paying more attention to it right now? The answer to that question is like, yes. Oh, god damn it. Okay, apparently I can't show you this article without getting a Verge subscription, which is ridiculous because I looked at it earlier today, but on a different browser. Whatever. The answer is yes. We have slightly fewer food recalls than we did like 2 years ago or something, just like slightly less. However, the food recalls we have right now are infecting more people, like significantly more. So what's happening, it seems, is that because they cut the budget for like FDA inspection so much, it's taking longer for us to find the problems, and by that point, more people have gotten sick, and the illnesses that people have gotten sick with are a little bit more serious. So even though we have slightly less food recalls in total than we did like 2 years ago, we still it's very likely that we actually just aren't catching most of them is sort of the issue, is that the ones we have, like, officially we have the recalls announced and everything, we probably should have way more, because it's just taking way too long for us to find when there's a problem and more people are getting sick. It's bad. It's really fucking bad. And it goes back to literally just last year, breaking. The FDA is planning to end most of its routine food safety inspections, according to CBS News. And as Kevin McHale, Artie from Glee, says, update on this? Yeah, I wonder what happened with that one. Whew. Very scary. But I have to say, as this tweet pointed out, I'm having a hard time being upset that the worm in RFK's brain is implementing a pro-parasite agenda. You have to respect the hustle. Yeah, I mean, this is what we get for putting a man with a fucking parasite in his brain in charge of everything, in charge of the health of the entire fucking nation. It's really bad. Whew. And I'm sorry to bum you out, but I am gonna have to bum you out a little bit more, because it's not just the food. It's also, again, the environment. So El Nino is coming. It's gonna be bad. Here's some people to talk about it.
And we are joined now by Liz Bentley, Chief Executive of the Royal Meteorological Society in the UK and the President of the European Meteorological Society. Welcome to the program, and thank you so much for joining us. We just heard the Met Office calling this El Nino potentially unprecedented. How worried should we be?
Yeah, so it's been named a super El Nino, and rightly so, as you showed from those clips. The temperature above average is going to peak at above 3 degrees above average, maybe even 4 degrees above average. Some of our centres are quoting that. So that's really extreme. We haven't seen an El Nino event like this since 1877. Now, the world was very different then. The climate was very different. It was a cooler climate. It's obviously, we've seen climate change over the last 150 years or so. And we saw famine taking place during that last El Nino event. So tens of millions of people died because crop failure happened across India, across Southeast Asia, and the impact of famine globally. Now, I'm not suggesting that's going to be the case this time around, but in a changing climate, our climate's warmed by 1.5 degrees. This El Nino event will amplify that extra warming even further and make the impacts that we've seen over recent years because of climate change even worse temporarily because of this extreme El Nino event.
And if you have to put it into context for us, I mean, how would you describe what makes this El Nino different from the strong events that we've seen before?
Yeah, it's just supercharged. So there's more heat in that part of the Pacific. Therefore, it has some really extreme
Okay, as I see, I'm confused. I've never heard of El Nino before. What it is like, it has something, and I don't fully understand it because I'm not, like, that educated in this, but what I understand is that it's an event that happens when, like, the surface of the water in, like, a specific area, I think in the Pacific, maybe, when that heats up, and it causes a whole bunch of, like, adverse weather effects, which then, like, can cause, like, I don't know, hurricanes and shit. Like, it's just bad. That's basically what you need to know, is, like, it's something that happens with water, with, like, the surface of the water temperature, which I don't even know if that part is specifically caused by climate change. I don't think it is. I mean, maybe it's affected by it a little bit, but, like, it's something that we kind of expect to happen, because it does happen every, I don't know how long it takes the next El Nino to turn over. But it's something that happens, that we know happens But because of the adverse weather effects that the El Nino causes, because of climate change, those adverse effects are going to be amplified towards something that is just completely unprecedented. And it will probably hit, I believe, like late this year, possibly, but at some point next year for sure is when we'll really start to see the damage.
Local events, it'll lead to flooding, particularly the eastern side of South America, droughts across the western side of the Pacific, so Australia. Again, we're going to see those stories of wildfires coming out. We saw that with the last El Nino event in Australia, and they're going to be even more severe because of this event, because it's a much more extreme event. And right around the world, we'll see temperatures rising. So we pretty much guarantee 2027 will be the hottest year on record. We can say that now, before we've even got into the year, because of this El Nino event. It's just going to put so much extra heat and energy into the atmosphere. Pretty much guaranteed that now.
How much of the expected extreme weather is El Nino? How much of it is, that intersection actually between the El Nino phenomenon and the impact that climate change has on it as well?
Yeah, so climate change is really the key driver. We've seen global temperatures rise by about 1.5 degrees since pre-industrial times. And if we put this into context, the El Nino event, even a super El Nino event, is probably going to add about 0.2, 0.3 degrees on top of that. So takes us to about a warming of 1.7, 1.8. So the main driving force is our changing climate, that 1.5 degrees of warming. But the El Nino really amplifies that. It takes it up a notch or two, only temporarily. So you saw on the graphs the El Nino is due to peak probably at the end of this year, and then we'll start to drop away as we go into 2027. But the impact that it's going to have over the coming probably 6 to 12 months will be significant. Places that would, if you look at India, the monsoon is already being affected. It's a weaker monsoon, so there's less rainfall, and India relies on that monsoon rainfall for their crops that they grow, for the rice, for example. So they're going to be a shortage of food for that area, but that also impacts on global food as well. So the Panama Canal is already, again, they're struggling with drought. The water levels in the Panama Canal are at low levels, so they're having to manage traffic through the Panama Canal. So it will have impacts in multiple different ways, whether that's more droughts, more floods, more heat events, and then the impacts that had on floods, on humans, I guess, on economies, widespread impacts from this over the coming 6 to 12 months.
And any regions in particular that you see as most impacted?
Yeah, so El Nino clearly impacts parts of the Pacific because they're closer to where the El Nino happens. So Australia will see significant droughts, and as I mentioned, the wildfires that we saw there a few years ago will return, and will return probably more severe than we've seen before. The monsoon, as I mentioned, is already being hit this year. Global average temperatures are going up, so we're looking at how that will impact on places further away from the Pacific. So even here in Europe, it's likely to lead to a wetter, stormier start to the winter. Strong El Ninos or El Nino events lead to cooler ends to the winter, so we could see very cold, snowy, icy conditions as we go into February, March next year. And then next year again, high temperatures, so heatwave events that we saw this summer are likely to return again next summer, but even more severe than we've seen this year.
What is the single most important message that governments and the public should take away from this forecast?
Yeah, so we need to take action. So El Nino is a natural phenomena, and it's nothing to do with climate change. We're interested how climate change might be affecting it, but it's a natural phenomena. The background climate change that we've seen over the last, the impacts that we've seen significantly over the last few decades are only amplified more by El Nino. So we really need to think about two things. One, how we try and limit global warming as much as possible. That's about stopping burning fossil fuels as quickly as possible so that we limit any further warming. And the second is becoming much more resilient to the impacts that we've seen this summer because of climate change, but the impacts that El Nino event is going to only just exacerbate even further.
Liz Bentley from the Royal Meteorological.
It's bad, you guys. And it's just kind of getting worse because something that happened over this last week, the Trump administration has started moving to open untouched national forests to logging. And also they want to build roads. So the Trump administration moved on Tuesday to roll back an environmental rule that currently blocks road construction and, by extension, most logging and mining activity on tens of millions of acres of public forest land. The so-called roadless rule was introduced by the Clinton administration and went into effect in 2001. It had been a flashpoint in the U.S. fight over economic development and wildland conservation, especially in western states, for a quarter of a century. Our forests can't afford another decade of inaction, U.S. Department of Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rowland said in a statement. It's time to turn the page on the failed roadless rule and return our forests to health and productivity. So they're... Oh, you got some?
You have one of each flavor in the freezer.
Oh my goodness. Okay, we'll just put it down. So yeah, this is bad. This is really bad. Oh, come on. I can't even exit out. God damn. No one wants me to just use their website like normal anymore. This is... I don't even know what we're gonna fucking do about this. Because this is actually really damaging. The amount of ecosystems that are being just trampled on by this administration. It's not something we can undo once he gets out of office. This is irreversible. I don't know, man. I don't know what we're supposed to fucking do. I think we almost need to start doing that shit that you always see in those... in the movies where everyone just gets handcuffs. I mean, they do this in real life too, but I feel like in the 2000s, you would see these representations so much more in media of people just handcuffing themselves across a big thing to stop deforestation. We need to start doing some of that shit. Maybe we need to bring back a little bit of eco-terrorism. Maybe just a little bit. Just a tiny bit. Tiny bit. And then also they are... Oh, now it goes away. Trump is apparently sending a whole bunch of protected wild horses to slaughter. So there was a big thing from the New York Times a few days ago. It says they once had run free through the desert mountains of the West, a multicolored band of 68 wild Mustangs that had never been saddled or corralled. Then the federal government rounded them up with helicopters, as it has with tens of thousands of other Mustangs, in an attempt to control wild populations on public lands. The horses were held for years in a feedlot in Idaho while the government tried to find them what it called loving homes. Abruptly this March, the government found a home. Whether it was loving didn't seem to matter. The horses were packed into echoing metal trailers and trucked 1,800 miles east to the pens of a hard-luck livestock trader in Ohio named Brandon Jones, who sold them for $25 each. A day later, 2 double-decker cattle trucks pulled up at midnight, loaded the Mustangs, and quickly drove off into the night. From there, the Mustangs disappeared. They never appeared at a public auction. The trader won't say where they went. Wild horse advocates suspect the horses were shipped to slaughter. But that's not the government's concern. It got what it wanted. 2 more trucks of wild horses off its books. It wasn't the first time or the last. In the past year, the government has shipped the trader one truckload of Mustangs after another. And not just him. An examination of government records by the New York Times found that all over the country, the Bureau of Land Management, the agency in charge of protecting wild horses, is quietly selling thousands of horses to buyers like the one in Ohio. Slaughtering wild horses is illegal, but the Bureau's actions create a loophole that enables people to get Mustangs on the cheap and then quickly resell them to be exported alive, processed into cuts of meat, and sold abroad. Livestock inspection records show Mustangs sold by the government soon ended up on trucks bound for slaughter plants in Canada. The U.S. government's sales of wild horses were once rare, but started to rise after President Trump took office. In 2025, they more than doubled to 3,700 horses, according to Bureau records. In that time, the Bureau has sent about 500 horses to Mr. Jones. They came from all over the West, the wind-swept ridges of Cedar Mountains in Utah, the canyons of the Clan Alpine Wilderness in Nevada, the high meadows of Twin Peaks, California, and the carved red rock hoodoos of Adobe Town, Wyoming. Or Wyo. I don't know what that is. Wyo? In an interview, Mr. Jones said that he was able to resell the horses quickly, though he didn't advertise online or even post a for sale sign at his corral. He would not say where the horses went and denied selling any to slaughter. The government can spend more than $3,000 to capture a Mustang and bring it to market, but sells each for as little as $25. A horse can fetch up to $750 at a slaughter plant. The potential for profit keeps buyers coming. This is really bad. It's really, really bad. And so a few weeks ago, when the administration was rolling back a lot of endangered species protections, I had said that I had like a whole outline for that stream where I was gonna say who I thought was like partially to blame, like low-key, who kind of set the stage for this to happen. And then I decided to just, like, cut that from the stream because, frankly, I didn't think a lot of you would be interested in it, and that is all, that's based on data. I can fucking see what people skip through in the VODs when I post the chapter marks. Nobody cares about me talking about Cyclospora or the Trump administration. Y'all just immediately skip to movies and music, which, you know what, fair. This is Pop Girlie news. I get it. This is not, like, what people came for. I understand. So I did nix that the other day, or a few weeks ago, but I've changed my mind. I would like to go through it, albeit with an abridged version, because this is stuff that I had kind of been paying attention to separately of, like, what Trump was doing. There were just a few different things that had been happening, some of them for years, and some of them I can't blame certain people because, well, like, I do blame them a little bit, but they didn't know, they didn't know what was gonna happen. They didn't realize the domino effect that they set off. But some of this does start with Barbra Streisand. So, in 2018, Barbra Streisand cloned her dog, which I don't agree with for a variety of reasons. Chief among them, I just think it's philosophically weird. I think it is, like, to believe that you can replicate the connection that you have with a pet by just cloning their DNA. I mean, that's genetic determinism, and that is, like, essentially just eugenics. Now, I do understand, because I think that a lot of eugenics-y philosophies have been kind of normalized in American pet culture, especially when it comes to dogs. Like, the purebred breeding movement is basically just eugenics. I mean, it is eugenics. That's where eugenics comes from, and it's where dog breeding, like, they have the same history. But so I understand it's been kind of normalized. People don't think about it a whole lot, but it is kind of gross. And she was the first celebrity to really do it. Now, this is where I'm going to say I'm doing an abridged version, because I'm just going to kind of point out some other sources that you guys can look into. So if you want to know more about the ethics of cloning your dog and about the process that it requires to clone a dog, there's a really good article from The New Yorker from a few years ago by Alexandra Horowitz, who is a big, like, dog person. It's she's, like, written a lot of books about dogs. She has her own, like, dog cognition lab. She's done, like, podcasts with Oprah and stuff. She's kind of a big deal. So I was a little shocked because this company, Viagen, that does the cloning of the dogs, they did invite her to, like, tour their facilities, which I think it maybe says something about how detached some of these tech people are from reality and from the consequences of their actions, because I don't know why they thought Alexandra Horowitz would have like written a kind piece about the process of this cloning. But it's gross. Don't do it. None of you can do it, if we're being honest. It's very expensive. But Barbara was kind of the first celebrity to do it, and she sort of put Viagen on the map, because Viagen is the company that does this cloning, and they're the only ones that can do the cloning in the United States because they have a patented process. So anytime that you see a celebrity or anybody else cloning their pet, especially in the United States, they are almost certainly using Viagen to do it, because they're the only company. Paris Hilton has also cloned her dog using Viagen. Paris is also an investor in Colossal Biosciences, which is the company that owns Viagen. But she's not the biggest celebrity investor. The biggest celebrity investor that I know of is Tom Brady. Tom has been working with Viagen for a minute. He's been working with Colossal Biosciences. He's a big investor in Colossal. He cloned his own dog prior to November of 2025, I believe, but November of last year is when he like publicized it, and they did kind of like a whole media campaign, because this is an advertisement. Him cloning his own dog is an advertisement for the company that he's invested in, which is Viagen / Colossal Biosciences. It is gross in the pet way, in the genetic determinism of cloning your pet kind of way, and in like the animal welfare issues that come with this entire process. But it is also very, very worrying because of what Colossal Biosciences is doing and what Tom Brady is specifically advertising, even outside of the pet cloning thing. So this is from April of 2025. This is a few months prior to Tom acknowledging that he had cloned his dog. Tom Brady-backed Colossal Biosciences scores major scientific touchdown by de-extincting the legendary direwolf. So I don't know if you guys paid attention to this at the time, but in April of last year, there was a big media push regarding the de-extinction of direwolves. So this is from Time magazine. They ran a whole big article about it, extinct with a line through it, claiming that the first ever direwolf to exist in 10,000 years has been created by Colossal Biosciences. This was fucking ridiculous. First of all, you cannot de-extinct an animal. That's not a thing. Second of all, though, if you did de-extinct an animal, why would you de-extinct one that hasn't existed in 10,000 years? The ecosystem that the direwolf lived in is no longer here. Essentially, you would just be creating an animal to, like, suffer and die. It's absolutely ridiculous. But the reason that they used the direwolf specifically, there were a few reasons. Number one, we don't have any, like, images of a direwolf. We kind of know that they did exist, sort of, but we don't know much about what they looked like. We don't know, like, specifically what they looked like, which makes it really easy to pass this off as a direwolf because no one can really contradict you. And they use, like, people's misunderstanding of genetics, and they use people's misunderstanding of just biology in general to sell the idea that this is a direwolf, because they will emphasize the amount of, like, shared genes that this animal has with the direwolf, what we know a direwolf to have. And I don't remember what the percentage was, but it really doesn't matter because it's like humans share 90%, 98.8% of our genetics with chimpanzees. Does that make us chimpanzees? No. But a lot of people don't understand that, so they hear these numbers about the shared genetics with the direwolf, and they're like, oh my god, they resurrected the direwolf. No, they fucking didn't. But the other reason, obviously, that they used a direwolf specifically is because of the pop culture relevance, because of Game of Thrones, which is why I do think George R.R. Martin shares some fucking blame here, because he wrote an entire article, because when this happened, Colossal Biosciences reached out to George R.R. Martin as well so that he would, like, do press for them and do promo for them, and they asked him to, like, hold the direwolf that they made. And so he says, "Welcome to Direwolf Day. I've been holding my tongue for months now, sworn to silence, yet dying to tell the world. Pardon my shouting, but the direwolf is back. Extinct for more than 10,000 years, but extinct no longer thanks to Ben Lamb, George Church, Beth Shapiro, and the rest of their team of mad scientists at Colossal, the world leader in the science of de-extinction. Shame on everybody. Shame on absolutely everyone involved." Now, plenty of actual, like, biologists or just, like, science literate content creators online ripped these claims apart at the time. So this is from Rebecca Watson. She did a whole thing. Here, I'll play like a second of it just because I did like her intro.
I know the current political and economic situation is overwhelming right now, and that's why I'm always scouring science news in order to find something, anything that I can talk about that will actually brighten your day. And boy, do I have a really fun one for this video. Just take a look at these adorable puppies, which are actually de-extincted dire wolves brought back to life thanks to genetic tweaking. Oh, aren't they adorable? Look at their floofy little faces. It's so sweet. Too bad they're fucking fake as hell. That's right, they're not dire wolves, they're liar wolves, and I hate them. Okay, I don't hate them. I just feel quite critical about the people who created them, which it's the same way I feel about the people who make purebred domestic dogs, and for some of the same reasons, you know. Let's get into it. All of the fawning.
So you can watch that video. She breaks it down a lot. There were a lot of people that made videos though. Like Hank Green made a few videos. SciShow, which is run by Hank Green, but they made some videos. K Passionate made some videos. Like anyone who actually knows what they're talking about and kind of understands biology and like talks about it somewhat for a living, like, or if they talk about science related issues, they're a skeptical person. A lot of people made content, wrote blogs, wrote articles, made YouTube videos calling this shit out. However, a whole bunch of mainstream media outlets just ate this shit up. It was crazy. This is PBS News, also NPR ate the claims up, New York Times, I believe, I don't remember. It was either the New York Times or the New Yorker. Lots of different outlets were talking about how they de-extincted an animal. Even if they gave some like minor pushback, they still mostly were just advertising Colossal Biosciences and their revolutionary new findings. And so this is from PBS News, how gene editing can help today's endangered species. This is brought to you by the direwolf thing. Now, I do want to be clear because there is some cloning, some like animal cloning stuff that actually can be useful for animal conservation. So just as another shout out, another thing that you can watch, read into, look into, Maya Higa did do a video 5 months ago about cloning being used in animal conservation. So it absolutely can be done. The problem is that you use the cloning for animal conservation, not to de-extinct an animal. There's a difference between conserving a population that already fucking exists and bringing an animal that's gone extinct back to life. Obviously. And so here's where stuff starts getting fucking gross. And it was right away, really. So already, when this stuff was coming out with the direwolf, the Trump administration was using it to promote the idea that they did not need to protect endangered species right away. So Trump team cites wolf de-extinction as reason to cut endangered species list. The Interior Secretary cited a biotech company's claim to have brought back the dire wolf to generate momentum for a rollback of 50 years of species protections. Now that's not really a coincidence that the Interior Secretary was citing this, because it turns out Trump's Interior Secretary had close ties to Colossal the entire time. Records. Trump's Interior Secretary has close ties to the de-extinction company he promotes. A North Dakota governor, Doug Burgum, wooed Colossal Biosciences to his state. As Interior Secretary, he publicly champions the biotech company. So, very clearly, they were kind of using Colossal Biosciences for their own agenda from the start. And then, just in June of this year, around the time that the reports of Trump rolling back endangered species protections was coming out, Wired did a whole article as well, titled "Colossal and the U.S. Government Are Creating an Endangered Species BioVault." The move comes as the Trump administration is trying to weaken the act that's meant to protect endangered species from going extinct in the first place. So basically what they're doing is when animals die, or like before they die, they take the DNA from those animals, put them into a biovault, so that even if they ruin the ecosystems for all of these animals, they have this vault where they're like, well, we can bring them back at any time. It's fine. It's not fucking fine. It's really fucking bad. And what's crazy to me is that I do feel like there has been some amount of manufactured consent throughout this entire fucking year in order to justify the lack of protections for endangered wildlife and their ecosystems. And we can even see that in Euphoria with the whole white fritillaries thing. So the Trump administration has removed all federal protections for a rare dancing prairie bird, which this I think is, I don't even want to talk about this because with the Ed Gein video, there was a prairie bird that I think that actually might be that bird. There was a whole, I don't even want to talk about it. Oh my God. But so the Trump administration has removed all federal protections for a rare dancing prairie bird, allowing oil and gas drilling in their natural habitat. And then as this person says, where was Donald Trump when Nate Jacobs needed him for those flowers? Yeah, that whole plot line in Euphoria was so bizarre. The whole thing about the white fritillaries where Nate Jacobs lost his fucking life because these flowers were being protected by the government because they were an endangered species of flower. It felt so weird watching that plotline play out because it did feel like the lesson in those scenes was that, like, wow, doesn't it suck that there's so much red tape around the development of buildings, with some like senior home that Nate wanted to construct, and now he can't construct it because of these fucking flowers the government insists on protecting. And now Nate Jacobs is gonna die. Like, that was a crazy plot line. It was so weird. And then you also have, and we talked about this as well on stream after the Super Bowl, the Jurassic Park Super Bowl ad, which was hella fucking weird.
I think that anyone who loved the movie Jurassic Park growing up always wondered what would have happened if everything could have gone right. And we got the chance to tell that story, and we got to put our brand at the center of it. Welcome back to Jurassic Park.
Rolling.
We're just gonna act like Jurassic Park isn't inherently a movie about human hubris. I'm tired, I'm sad, I'm stressed out. And then the other way that I think a lot of consent has been manufactured is fucking PETA. While the Trump administration is literally just killing countless animals with their promotion of meat, with their lack of protections for endangered species, with their destruction of the environment, also with someone who worked on the administration shooting their own fucking dog in the head, which that for some reason was okay. Despite all of that, PETA has been incredibly kind toward this administration and has praised them on several occasions. They have only issued some light criticisms. For instance, they did sign an open letter being like, Trump, please don't stop protecting endangered species. They signed an open letter. That was basically it. They didn't do anything else. They asked the Trump administration to stop using eggs during the annual Easter egg hunt. They told them to use potatoes instead, and that's about as much criticism as this administration has received from the world's biggest animal rights organization. I've had issues with PETA for a while, and I'll get into them for a second in a minute. But this is really like my final straw. Like, well, not even I never liked them, but this is where I'm really just like, wow. Millions of dollars PETA receives every year, and they can't even stand up to the Trump administration. Crazy. So I do want to, as much as I know this could be controversial, I'm just going to revisit it for a second, and then I kind of want to move on, because a few months ago, we did talk about Billie Eilish's comments about eating meat and her saying that, like, you can't love animals or care about animals or whatever the fuck she said and eat meat, and that caused an entire round of discourse online that was exhausting and annoying. Now, I brought it up a little bit during one of the streams, and I kind of felt like a lot of people weren't totally understanding what I was saying or like the full context that I was saying it in, and I think that's probably my fault for like poor communication. Because the thing is, for me, with that entire conversation, it wasn't just about Billie. I have had issues with the mainstream animal rights movement as led by PETA, even people who don't like agree with PETA, who are like, oh, I hate PETA. They don't quite understand the amount that PETA has really infected a lot of the rhetoric for like general animal rights conversations in a way that is really, really destructive. And that is kind of my larger point, is that like there's a way that the mainstream animal rights movement addresses certain issues that is just really corrosive to the movement as a whole, or at least corrosive to what I believe the movement is supposed to be, the animal rights movement. And I kind of wanted to address it again, because I had wanted to address it a few times, but then I just kept thinking like, well, I don't know if anyone even cares about this. But I was kind of inspired by this article that we're going to read a little bit from in a second. But just to shout them out right away, there was this article that came out in the New Republic a few days ago from Aaron Rugenberg and Astra Taylor that was really fantastic and sort of like set me straight, where I was like, no, I do want to talk about this. I think this is really important. I don't know why I didn't want to get into this discussion in the first place. So we're going to talk about this article in a second. But also, in addition to that, there was kind of a new similar-ish Billie controversy. It's not, I don't think it's new in terms of the interview itself, but it started to gain traction on social media in the last, like, week. And I was like, yeah, this is kind of the problem. And I don't want to focus it on Billie too much, because I think Billie is probably, like, a well-intentioned person. But she also is a very, very sheltered person, and she is grown up with a lot of privilege. And she also is, like, homeschooled, too, which, not to say that you can't know what you're talking about and be homeschooled, but for sure that is going to limit the perspective that you have, especially not just on your, like, literal education, but, like, your understanding of the worlds that people exist within. So I do want to just play this clip for a second, because I was like, this kind of is the problem, where, like, she is just a little bit too sheltered, and she's representative of, like, a lot of people in the like animal rights and a little bit also in the like pro-environmental movement, there's just a limited amount of perspective that a lot of people have that Billy is kind of unintentionally representing. So there was this clip, I'll play this clip, that this is what everyone was talking about, because this whole thing was just like nonsensical, but it was taken a little out of context. So this is the clip that's going around.
Maybe instead of waking up and getting your plastic plate out of your bag in your
oh shit,
your plastic plate out of your bag in your cupboard or whatever, and putting a piece of meat on your plate, like, stop, don't, damn, oh, it makes me want to. Cannot stand people, bro. Maybe instead of.
So that was what was going around, where people were like, what the hell is she even talking about? Now, her fans did try to defend her by showing the full context of a clip, and this must have been an old clip as well, let's keep in mind, because I don't think she's had that hairstyle for a minute. But here's the full context that it adds context, but I don't think it really absolves her fully.
About it, like, the week that picture went around of the Amazon burning, that like beautiful, horrible picture, and everyone was posting it, I remember seeing like all my friends post it, everybody I've ever known posted it, and they were like, this is so fucked, like, we need to save the earth. And I just sat there thinking, like, you didn't even like do the research on why it's burning. If you did, your little dumbass would not be posting like, oh my god, who did this? Because it was you, bro. Do you know why the Amazon is burning? Do you bitches know why? It's because to make cattle farms, to raise cows and kill them for people to eat, they used to chop down trees to make lots of room in any forest. And because that got outlawed, people start fires in forests to make room. That's not happening on its own. It's literally people making fires to burn down the trees. They're getting what they want. It's not like it's an accident. They did it on purpose. And then they're making room so they can have cattle farms, raise cows, abuse them, kill them, put them on your plate, and then you take one bite and you walk away, and then you post a picture. Oh my God. Maybe instead of waking up and getting your plastic plate out of your fucking bag in your cupboard or whatever, and putting a fucking piece of meat on your plate.
So that's what she's talking about, and she is correct in a way. Like, she is definitely correct that the production of meat and like disposable tableware and stuff, like the plastic plate or whatever, she's right that that is extremely harmful for the environment, and for sure people should try to consume that stuff less. However, it's just sort of unproductive and problematic to blame the consumer in this very kind of judgmental tone, because gatekeeping the ability to care about something by giving the act of caring like a prerequisite is just not a very good idea, especially when it comes to the environment. Like, that's kind of like an all hands on deck situation. So even when it comes to calling out consumer habits, a lot of the rhetoric in animal rights and some environmental activist spaces do just sort of treat people as essentially uncaring and apathetic, rather than addressing the reasons they may be making what one would consider to be like an immoral or irresponsible decision. So like in the case of plastic plates, a lot of poor people buy plastic or disposable tableware because they work all day and they don't have time to clean their dishes, you know? And it's sort of a similar thing with like the vegan argument, where you can say that a vegan diet is technically cheaper than a meat-eating diet, but for a lot of poor people, it's not really even about the actual like cost of the individual items. It's about the convenience, because poor people work all fucking day. And so it is a little bit like ironic for this stuff about plastic tableware or whatever, plastic plates, coming from someone who probably does have a housekeeper, and it's fine, it's whatever. This is just Billy, you know, like, again, she is kind of like a sheltered kid who isn't going to be taking everything into consideration all the time. But this is just this is common rhetoric from a lot of people in this space, on the left, really, is the problem, is that a lot of us are very idealistic and ideological when it comes to why we believe what we believe. We don't necessarily think about like the practical cost of moral decisions on people's lives in the ways that we really, really should. Because you can say that like, well, Billie isn't referring to those people, the people who are like poor and who don't have time to clean their dishes or whatever. She's not referring to those people. She's talking about the people who have privilege and still make irresponsible choices. And first of all, I still think there's probably a better way to convince those people to change their behaviors than just shaming them. But also, that is my point. Like, that's the problem. In a lot of these conversations, people with a certain amount of privilege get centered by default, and then other people get pushed out of the conversation completely and feel like they don't even have a space in these movements. So like the mainstream animal rights, animal welfare movement overall does just kind of need to be better at addressing issues of human inequality, because the protection of animals really, really does depend on it. And so this is sort of the issue that I think Billie was exemplifying in that last clip, not the last clip, but the animal, you can't eat animals and say that you care about them or whatever. She is kind of exemplifying the issue of like white veganism, which is defined here. Vegans who maintain white veganism are not inclusive nor intersectional in their activism, and they lack cultural sensitivity. They promote veganism as the only way to support animal liberation without considering social, economic, and cultural barriers to participating in a vegan lifestyle. For example, vegans who perpetuate white veganism may prescribe a vegan diet universally while overlooking an inequitable access to healthful foods and plant-based alternatives that many marginalized communities face. Further, vegans who enable white veganism may have a strict outlook on animal consumption that does not extend leniency to the cultural practices of hunting by indigenous and traditional peoples, nor their traditional diets containing animal products. Lastly, it is unfortunately common to see vegan activists juxtaposing animal agriculture to historical injustices posed on marginalized communities, comparing animal agriculture to others' trauma and historical systems of oppression that still marginalize people today is not inclusive, and if anything, makes people feel unwelcome in the vegan community. So, again, a lot of the issues here kind of center around PETA and what they have sort of done to the movement. We'll come back to that in a second, but I also want to point out this article from The Atlantic from last year or the year before. What was this? Oh no, it was actually just from February. So this is kind of an issue here, where allowing mainstream animal rights activism to ignore the intersections of animal welfare issues and human socioeconomic stratification does kind of open the door for animal rights causes to get co-opted by undesirable actors. So let's think a little bit about Hitler for a second. So a particularly ferocious form of animal nationalism emerged in the spring of 1933, very shortly after Hitler first established his dictatorship. That April, the Nazi government banned the slaughter of warm-blooded animals without stunning. 6 months later, it passed the most sweeping Animal Welfare Act of the time. The Animal Protection Law set careful rules for laboratory research, such that even a scientific study of a worm might be found against the law if it weren't given anesthesia. The law also banned the force feeding of poultry, the improper castration of piglets, and the general maltreatment or neglect, broadly defined, of any animals at all. Subsequent laws would add more detailed rules on how much space an animal must have while on a train or in a truck, and how it must be cooked. The slow boiling of lobsters was made illegal. Such policies were interwoven with Nazi racist ideology. Jews and Romani were targeted for doing special harm to animals. The slaughter law was designed to banish kosher practices, and the pets of Jews were confiscated. Both groups were accused of eating hedgehogs. Mike Rocher, a historian of human-animal relations at the University of Kassel, told me as the lowly hedgehogs were in turn upheld as a symbol of the German people. They are cruel to animals, but we are kind. This conceit is fundamental to the animal nationalist idea. At the end of 2024, then Vice President candidate J.D. Vance spread the false rumor that the Haitian immigrants in Springfield, Ohio were eating cats and dogs. The lie was taken up by Elon Musk, Charlie Kirk, and House Republicans, among other figures on the right, and Trump himself repeated repeated it in a nationally televised debate. 16 months later, the federal government is preparing to send its paramilitary force of immigration agents into Springfield for a 30-day operation. They're eating the cats and they're eating the dogs. That is right out of the playbook of fascism, Rosher said. The hedgehogs have returned. So, like, something that's just important to keep in mind here. When we're doing this rhetoric about, like, you can't care about animals and eat animals without taking any sort of, like, inequality, like human socioeconomic inequality into account, we are kind of giving some people, some, like, notably fascist conservative people, a talking point that they can use to dehumanize other humans. It is sort of a problem. It's something that we need to be conscious of, something that we need to not, like, give them the tools for. Because here's the thing. A lot of us have just sort of assumed for a long time that the animal rights cause was, like, nailed down by the left. So this is from 2019. This is from the New Republic again. And this is a great article. This person, Emily Atkin, brings up a lot of good things. Just sort of making the point that, like, leftist causes, leftist ideology is sort of wrapped up in animal rights, and it should be. Like, we really should, as the left, as progressives, we should take animal rights and animal welfare seriously, not even just because it's the right thing to do as, like, people with empathy for other living beings, other sentient beings. Not only is it the right thing to do, it also is completely relevant to a lot of the causes that we care about, like the cause of fighting climate change, the cause of, like, labor rights, the cause of, like, eugenics, again, with, like, animal breeding and stuff in ways that can be very beneficial toward people with white supremacist ideology. So we've sort of thought about animal rights as a leftist issue for a long time, and we maybe missed how the right was co-opting this movement for a while. And a lot of the issue here, again, it is PETA, even though it's like, it's only one organization, ultimately, and there are other organizations that are much better. Like, I think Humane World has made a lot of really good, positive changes in the last few years. PETA still is the biggest animal rights organization in the world. It does set the tone for a lot of conversations that people have. And even at the time when Emily Atkin wrote this article saying that, like, animal rights was going to be the new frontier of the left, even then, she was kind of voicing some concern about the influence of PETA, all the things that PETA had done to... what's the word I'm looking for? To, like, isolate, to alienate entire populations of people. She outlined some of the issues there. She said it's no wonder then that many on the left believe animal rights activism simply serves as a means for white people to ignore the human rights of black people, who, by the way, continue to be oppressed in America. To some, it often feels that people care more about animals than they do about people of color. Burton, who authored the BuzzFeed op-ed on PETA, recalled a conversation in which a woman told her that animals are treated better by white people than black human beings are. In a New York Times op-ed, the African-American writer Roxane Gay mourned the shooting of an unarmed black man while the rest of the world mourned the death of Cecil the lion. This is the core problem animal rights groups must atone for, said Will Kimlicka. We want other social justice movements to accept animal rights, but it means animal rights groups need to be much more responsible members of the family. He added, however, that it's a two-way street. Social justice movements can't be too cavalier in dismissing the animal rights movement because in doing so, they're arguing that humans are inherently a superior species and thus have moral dominion over the earth. So yeah, it is sort of both sides here, where progressives in general have not taken animal rights as seriously as they should have, but also presuming that animal rights would always be like a leftist progressive issue, a lot of animal rights people have kind of looked the other way, while big organizations like PETA have made an enemy of marginalized groups. So just to talk about PETA for a second and talk about my issues with them. want to say that, like, well, no, it's fine. PETA's been a terror on Detroit for a while in many, many different ways. I'm just going to highlight a few. So in 2017, they put out a billboard in Detroit utilizing the fact that Detroit has some of the most violence in the country, and also Detroit's fat too. So Detroit's unfortunate label as the most violent city in America has inspired a new PETA billboard campaign. Stop eating animals if you've had enough of violence. And you'll feel healthier too, PETA tells the Motor City, noting Detroit has been climbing up the fattest city charts too. The animal rights group is reaching out to Detroit after newly released FBI figures this week named the city the most violent big city in America, just ahead of St. Louis. PETA, which decided to weigh in with a plea of all-encompassing nonviolence, plans to run a billboard in Detroit showing a fist clutching a bunch of carrots next to the words "peace in our lunchtime" and "choose peace, choose vegan." The philosophy behind the campaign is this: Detroit knows what violence feels like, so it should be able to sympathize with animals too. The group believes that animals used for food experience joy, pain, fear, love, and grief, and value their lives just as humans do. If Detroiters can embrace this philosophy and be nice to animals, the group believes they'll be nicer to each other too. So you can stop violence by becoming a vegetarian? PETA believes yes. This was fucking ridiculous because this was in September. Earlier that year, they had been running articles on PETA's website about how Detroit had so much vegan food. And they've run articles calling Detroit one of the most vegan-friendly cities in America. So Detroit doesn't even have that low of a vegan population, and yet they still target Detroit and try to encourage Detroiters to go vegan. Why? Because they want to shame a city that's full of black people. That's really it. There's no other way to really even say it. They have had such a gross history when it comes to their racism, where every part, even the parts of PETA that are like kind of good, like PETA absolutely has made a huge, huge impact in the social acceptability of wearing fur. That's good, like the fur industry is pretty gross. We should definitely be thinking about our purchasing of products with fur. However, why did they pick fur specifically? Why not other things that put animals' lives in danger? A big part, at least seems, like it was the fact that black women were wearing fur a lot. Because the fact is, and you can even think about this with all of PETA's campaigns, it made me laugh too, when Hassan was going through that controversy with his dog, where people were saying that, people were saying that he, like, used a shock collar on his dog, which I don't believe that he did, but even if he did, it's like, well, is that the biggest issue in the entire world? I don't agree with shock collars at all, but it got a little out of hand, I think we can say. But while that was happening, Hassan defended himself by being like, even PETA was defending me and saying that they didn't think that what I did, they hoped that I didn't do it and they just kind of moved on. So even the most radical animal rights organization was defending me. It's like, okay, yeah, that's because you're a rich white man. They don't really target those very much. Have you ever really seen a PETA campaign that was targeting white men specifically, rich white men? No. They dump, like, paint and white powder and shit onto women wearing fur or women who do whatever, because that's what they know they can get away with. They don't go after leather nearly as hard as they go after fur, because leather is used by more than just women. Like, mostly it's women wearing fur. Mostly, at the time, black women. That's why they go after it. They don't really go after leather, but they have before. They have done some anti-leather campaigns. And a trigger warning right here. You're about to see an image that is very gross. But what do you think they used to attack leather? A black woman's body. And where do you think they put this billboard? Detroit. That was the only city that it ended up going in. They did try to put it in Atlanta, which wonder why they would do that. They also tried Los Angeles and New Orleans, wonder why they would do New Orleans, but those places did object. Detroit was brave enough to allow the message to be displayed. It's just really gross. It's so bad. Okay, I'm gonna get that off the screen because it's disgusting. But this is the thing, is that like PETA does kind of, because it's the biggest animal rights organization, it does really set the tone for how mainstream, predominantly white animal rights movements operate. And so while not making a big campaign at all about all of the things that the Trump administration has done that is anti-animal rights, not saying anything about that, they did immediately after Billie said the thing that she said in that interview, they immediately moved to putting it onto a billboard in Times Square. So this is kind of what I'm talking about. Like, Billie is one thing, I think that she probably means well, but it's the way that her words can get utilized by a very, very toxic version of animal rights activism. That's the thing that concerns me. Because PETA is a problem. Now we also, Also, one of the things they do too is they really try to sow misanthropy. They try to convince you that like humans are kind of evil and like low key. Not that hard to convince people because we do kind of suck. But so there's this idea that people don't care about animals at all, regardless of their socioeconomic status. It's just like a feature of humanity that we just don't care. And that's just really not true. Like, the vegan population is very, very low in the country. It's maybe like, I don't know, up to like 5%, which is, you know, pretty good for a diet that's fairly restrictive. But, you know, very small amount of the population. But that's really, it's not a prerequisite to caring about animals, period. Because when you do any other sort of like polling or anything like that, like people do seem to care, even if their actions don't always show that 100%. So like new poll from 2025, consumers overwhelmingly support meaningful standards for humanely raised food labels. Also, when it comes to factory farming practices, it sort of depends on the poll and it depends on like how people were asked, but like this is from, again, 2025, so fairly recently. More than 71% of Americans oppose common factory farming practices. Like, there are people in the country that really do care about these issues, even if they haven't committed to a specific kind of diet or lifestyle, and we can absolutely use that support. We can use the support that people have for these issues to advance the cause. We could if we actually like focused on it the right way. Because here's the thing. And this was something that I saw someone comment that I think is just a very, very like it's an unproductive way to even think about this, but I've seen people say that like people don't care about animals, they care about their pets. And to that I will say, pets are animals. And for a lot of people, including a lot of like current animal rights activists and also just historically, a lot of people who care about animal rights causes started caring about them because of the relationships they had with their pets. Like, it actually is sort of important for people to have some amount of connection to animals in a way that feels like personal, because that's how you recognize the sentience of other animals. Like, that's Jane Goodall. Think of all the good that Jane Goodall has done for advancing the cause of like recognizing animal sentience. Why did Jane Goodall do those things? Why did she feel so strongly that animals were sentient? Because of the relationship she had with her dog when she was a child. And that is something too where even you hear from like modern vegans, a lot of vegans will say like, oh yeah, I started thinking about how unfair it was that I cared so much about my dog while I was eating a pig. That's people's in. That's how a lot of people think about what they're doing, what they're consuming, what they're supporting, is they look at the animal in their home and they go, oh my God, I think we should think about this a little bit more. And so that's something that I really think we need to really take it seriously, that pet ownership is being increasingly isolated to the elite. Like, poor people at the current moment are having more and more trouble holding on to their pets. And that's a problem for a variety of reasons. Obviously, like, dogs and other, like, cats, companion animals are being surrendered to shelters at an alarming rate right now because people cannot afford to keep them. And that's obviously bad for surrender rates. Like, if you care about keeping animals out of shelters, you should care about people being able to keep their pets in their homes. But it also is bad because making pet ownership exclusive to the wealthy does de-incentivize poor people from feeling like they have a connection to animals. And so while we're sitting here trying to make well, not all of us, but some people are sitting here trying to make this kind of judgmental distinction between people who care about their pets specifically versus people who care about animals broadly, so that we can assess, like, who the real animal lovers are. While we're doing that, the right wing is using a love for pets for their own agenda in ways that the left has not been tactical enough to do. And this is where I will bring it back to everything that is happening right now with the animal testing labs and Big Dog Ranch. So there was, over the last, I don't even know how long it went on, but like maybe the last year or so, there were a lot of protests at this specific animal testing facility in, I believe, was it Wisconsin or Ohio or something? It was some Midwestern state. There was an animal testing facility that had a whole bunch of beagles. It was protested by animal rights groups and a whole bunch of different groups for like months, not getting a whole lot of attention from progressives, but getting a lot of attention from conservative outlets, which allowed Big Dog Ranch, which is it is America's biggest no-kill shelter, which I have a lot to say about Big Dog Ranch, which I will hold off on at the current moment, but it's run by a MAGA person. Lori Simmons is like the founder of Big Dog Ranch. She's their spokesperson. She is extremely conservative, extremely MAGA. She does use Big Dog Ranch to like push certain agendas. And she has been given a lot of free airtime because of this. Like, over the last week especially, I don't know what the fuck happened where every outlet decided to be covering this, but I have seen Lori Simmons on so many different news outlets talking about how they rescued these dogs. And I'm going to say, those dogs should have been rescued. Like, it was a really gross situation. It was terrible. But Lori Simmons is now getting free advertising off of this. For a shelter, by the way, that does not do anywhere near the amount of good that they claim to do. In fact, I would say that they're actually kind of corrosive to the animal shelter industry as a whole, but whatever. So, while Lori Simmons is using this whole situation to advertise her shelter, what we could be focusing on here is the fact that there was such little federal oversight at that animal testing facility in the first place that it shouldn't have needed to be rescued the way that it was. It is insane to me that the left isn't using this. Because the pieces are all fucking there. So despite a growing push to reduce animal testing, USDA records show that more than 37,000 dogs were used in U.S. research last year. Many research dogs came from commercial breeding facilities regulated under the Federal Animal Welfare Act, as well as state animal welfare and licensing laws. But a CBS News investigation found a stark disparity between state and federal regulatory findings at Ridgeland, raising questions about federal government oversight at these facilities. So, like, while Wisconsin, I guess it was in Wisconsin, found 494 violations at this facility, the federal government, like the USDA, found 4. And this is the problem too, is like the Trump administration, the USDA always was really bad about enforcing the Animal Welfare Act. Always. But it's gotten significantly worse under the Trump administration because they fired a whole bunch of inspectors again, just like they did with the FDA. But then also there was a Supreme Court decision too that like basically made it so the USDA is pretty much just not checking anything now in terms of the Animal Welfare Act. Like, they are not issuing citations. They're not doing anything. Oh, fuck. And I have to be a Vox member for this, too. This sucks. Everything is so paywalled. But they had a graph there, a little chart of what's happening at the USDA and the exceptional lack of citations over these last 2 years. And so this is what's crazy to me. Is like, why is the left not using this? This is such an easy issue to promote federal regulation. And they're just not doing anything. So we go back to the New Republic article, which is very good. I do recommend reading the whole thing. But so they said, in 2019, Emily Atkin wrote an insightful article for this magazine titled Why Animal Rights is the Next Frontier for the Left. In it, she predicted that it's only a matter of time before the left has a serious discussion about the ethics and wisdom of consuming billions of animals every year. When it was published, we nodded our heads in agreement, hopeful her analysis would prove prescient. What neither we nor Atkin foresaw was the possibility that animal rights might actually be the next frontier for the right. When the day before the 2024 presidential election, Vivek Ramaswamy posted that animal cruelty will eventually become a genuine concern for conservatives and that it shouldn't be a partisan issue, we scoffed in disbelief. Perhaps we shouldn't have. Even then, conservatives were up in arms about Peanut, the pet squirrel turned social media star who had recently been seized and euthanized by New York state authorities, a viral symbol of supposed government overreach and hostility toward pets. Just go out there and vote for Peanut, advised Elon Musk. Today, Ramaswamy's call is even harder to discount. A movement is gaining momentum on the far right that can't simply be reduced to opportunistic concern about celebrity squirrels. In addition to launching a strike force to crack down on puppy mills and dog fights, the Trump administration is working to rein in animal experimentation. The National Institutes of Health, or NIH, the world's foremost founder of biomedical research, has dedicated $87 million to the development of animal-free research methods, and the Food and Drug Administration has published a strategic roadmap to phase out animal testing. Kennedy has met with People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals, or PETA, about the possibility of turning NIH-backed primate research centers into animal sanctuaries, a possibility that the NIH has reportedly followed up on. Tommy Lauren, along with fellow influencers Laura Loomer and Mike Cernovich, and Republican officials including Florida Representative Anna Paulina Luna, all worked to defeat the Save Our Bacon Act, a misleadingly named bill being pushed by the pork industry that would have preempted state-level welfare protections that provide gestating sows a tiny bit of room to move. To be clear, the Save Our Bacon Act is a Republican bill, a fact that underscores the fundamental incoherence and hypocrisy of the right's relationship to animal welfare. Trump's fossil fuel guzzling and pro-corporate policies are of course disastrous and deadly for humans and non-humans alike, and the president and his allies are busy deregulating the government agencies capable of monitoring and halting the animal welfare abuses some right-wingers have now begun to decry, including most recently with a major rollback of the Endangered Species Act. RFK Jr. may sincerely love dogs, but he has also used his bully pulpit to promote red meat consumption and claims to follow the flesh-heavy carnivore diet. Still, you don't have to squint too hard to see the potential outlines of a phenomenon similar to Kennedy's Make America Healthy Again, or MAHA. Once again, we have a set of broadly popular issues generally seen as belonging to the left, but never centered or taken seriously there, leaving a vacuum to be filled by savvy conservatives. The polling justifies the enthusiasm. While the left and right don't align on much these days, over 85% of Republicans and Democrats do agree animal testing should be phased out, reports the conservative Washington Examiner. 8 out of 10 voters also consider preventing farm animal cruelty to be a moral concern, while 72% report being more likely to vote for a candidate who supports protecting threatened and endangered species. Few progressives appear to take the transformation unfolding on the right, one that may well secure victories for some vulnerable animals while also further elevating an anti-government, anti-science, anti-egalitarian agenda. That appears to be the goal of the White Coat Waste Project, an initiative by Anthony Bellotti, a former Republican operative who cannily connects animal testing to right-wing preoccupations, including COVID conspiracies, federal spending cuts, and transgender fear-mongering based on misrepresentations of hormone studies conducted on mice. So once again, the parallels to MAGA feel inescapable. A few years ago, it was almost impossible to imagine crunchy moms who hate Monsanto becoming a key part of Trump's electoral coalition, but here we are. Of course, MAGA quickly revealed its MAGA laundering fraudulences. Every time its goals have come up against corporate interests, in this administration, the corporate interests have won out, often spectacularly so. I don't see the political right turning on big corporate power when it comes to factory farming, but Democrats have not gone to battle with these big corporate interests either. And even if the right doesn't take on the meat industry directly, it could plausibly deliver victories for animal advocates that were truly unimaginable under Obama or Biden. Like, we gotta get better at this shit. It's so fucking bad. Now, the good news is, even if federal Democrats are not taking things seriously, we do have some hope in the same place that we have hope everywhere else, which is New York City and Mayor Mamdani. So Mamdani did receive an endorsement from the Voters for Animal Rights organization in June of 2025, which was already pretty promising that, like, he is a candidate that actually does seem to take animal welfare seriously. And he also, in March of 2026, launched the Animal Welfare Caucus to protect animals and make pet ownership more affordable for New Yorkers, which again is really important, even if we're trying to separate, like, pet ownership from general animal welfare causes. It actually is important that people have access to pets and to companion animals because it helps them conceptualize these issues a little bit differently. Also, apparently otters are back. An otter has been spotted in the Bronx River for the first time in more than 100 years. Experts say it's an encouraging sign that New York's previously befouled waterways are recovering some of their ecological health. Love that. You should probably stay away from otters, though they are kind of mean. But also there's New York City currently has the first city-funded pet food pantry. $1.5 million in freebies for furry friends. Love that. So $750,000 will be allocated to launch a first-of-its-kind pilot pet food pantry, the council's Animal Welfare Caucus said in a social media post last week. The investments will help reduce animal overpopulation, erase pressure on the shelter system, and ensure that New Yorkers are not forced to choose between basic needs and feeding their pets. We love it. Now, there's also another issue here, and I think this is kind of important to highlight, because there is a big animal welfare issue happening in New York City right now. And it's been happening for forever. It's actually, this is kind of the origins of the ASPCA, is conversations about horses in New York City. So there has been an increased push to ban horse-drawn carriages in Central Park after a young man did unfortunately die. Not going to get into the details of that because it is kind of horrific, but there's been conversations about ending the horse carriage rides in Central Park for a while because just straight up horses do not belong in Central Park. Horses can get kind of spooked by, like, busy urban environments, so it doesn't really make sense to keep them in New York City anymore, not, like, in this capacity. So this has been an issue for a while. And Mamdani is kind of addressing it. He hasn't really done anything yet, but he has talked about it, and I do think the way that he's talking about it is kind of important, so...
We support the spirit of the bill. We are, however, critical of the insufficiencies of the worker protections. I've said over the course of both the campaign and while in office that I believe that we have to bring the industry to an end and ensure that we're doing so in partnership with community leaders, labor partners, and I think that worker protections in that transition are critical so that we ensure that those who have been working in this industry for years, some even decades, also have a future that they can look to of employment, of training, of development. And I think that there is a path forward to addressing that because I know that that's a concern that many hold whenever you're phasing out an industry as a whole.
So, like, that's a good point, because the thing is that we can look at what's happening with the horses in Central Park and say that, like, there's just kind of no reason for them to be there at this point. You don't need a carriage ride. The only real reason for, like, a consumer to support it is just for, like, the tradition, the nostalgia of it. People do like doing their romantic little horse carriage rides. It's cute or whatever. But it's not good at all. And so, obviously, the harm outweighs the benefits, but there is an entire industry that does rely on that business, and it is, as much as most of us probably don't care because we're not in that industry, and we maybe even see it as immoral, it does still matter that, like, people might be losing their livelihoods. It's something we need to take into consideration, especially if we don't want there to be some resentment too towards, like, animal rights activists. If we're never looking out for the human cost of certain industries transitioning away from general, like, popularity, if we're not looking out for the human cost of that, we are just alienating more people. And I thought that this was kind of an important thing for, I don't know what the word I'm looking for, but I really there was a video that Adam Conover put out a few days ago, 10 days ago, that I was like, oh, this really resonates with that issue. So he was talking about leaf blowers, gas leaf blowers, which are terrible. Don't fucking use them. And if you want more information about that, you can watch his video. But what he brings up here, I think, is a really good point.
Why the hell are these things still for sale? Well, the answer is actually a fascinating story, because back in 1996, as soon as that leaf blower ban was introduced in the city of Los Angeles, the gardeners who used the leaf blowers went on a literal hunger strike to stop it. The Association of Latin American Gardeners of Los Angeles, or ALAGLA, which is really fun to say, literally set up tents at City Hall and held a vigil for 11 days. And this was a really significant act of protest. It was an organized and impressive display of actual people power, and it worked. Even though the ban ultimately passed, the lawmakers agreed that it would never be enforced. And the issue became a political red line that lawmakers knew to never cross or even bring up again. And as a result, the ban goes unenforced to this day. Now, the gardeners back then had a really good reason to protest from their point of view. They argued that if they were forced to go back to the rakes that they had used before, it would hurt their businesses, reduce their incomes, and be hard on their backs. And like, yeah, I'm not f***ing raking shit, I get it. But today, electric leaf blowers exist. They're affordable, they're available in every hardware store in America, and they're just as powerful as gas-powered leaf blowers. See? Dude, lay off! That's an electric leaf blower. Obviously didn't use a gas one for the gag. So, you'd think it would be a little easier to ban gas-powered leaf blowers today, right? Well, wrong. When Evanston, Illinois tried to pass a gas leaf blower ban in 2021, gardeners there protested once again, just like they did in LA 30 years ago. And, you know, protests like these, from working class people honestly fighting for what they believe to be in their best interest, is hard for liberal lawmakers to ignore. I mean, I know they would like to argue that banning gas lawn equipment would be good for everyone, making for quieter cities and, more importantly, safer air for both residents and the people using the leaf blowers. And they are right about that. But the problem is, only one group, the gardeners, is being asked to give something up. So there's a psychological phenomenon called loss aversion that says we feel the pain of a potential loss about twice as strongly as we care about the benefit of a potential gain. It's the same reason why when my bank account goes up a little, I shrug, but when it goes down a little, I start looking up how much I can get for selling blood. Now, of course, the public only stands to benefit from banning gas leaf blowers, but the gardeners, you know, they're the ones who have to buy the new equipment and change how they work, and they're going to feel that loss a lot more quickly and intensely than they feel the benefits of cleaner air, even when they're the ones most affected by the pollution. So it's no surprise that the gardeners react so strongly against bans like these, so strongly that they've been able to consistently block them right up until the present day. See, this is one of the fundamental mistakes that liberals make so often when they try to fix problems. They take something away gas-powered leaf blowers, plastic straws, those little hotel shampoo bottles, without thinking about what happens to people psychologically when something they previously had is taken from them. Like, I used to take those little shampoo bottles home and put them all in one big bottle. That was my hobby. That was how I wound down at the end of the night. And I can't do that anymore because now the shampoo is bolted to the wall. Oh, it makes me so mad I'm gonna burn the holiday into the ground. You can't just ban something and expect people to happily go along with it because you say it's better for them. You're not their mom, and they don't listen to their mom either. You have to think about how to actually make the benefits outweigh the losses for them in their actual lives. But even if liberals don't, you know who does understand the phenomenon of loss aversion? The right-wing media. And they take advantage of it all the time and use the threat of something being taken away to undermine any attempt to make the world better. Like, take this example I found on Ground News. It shows you exactly why media framing matters so much.
Okay. I'm not gonna let him advertise Ground News right now. Not my favorite sponsorship that people have. But okay, so everything that Adam said there, I think is kind of correct. Like, we do have to start thinking about giving people something, or like mitigating the damage of banning certain practices, even if we think they're immoral, because it does matter toward how people think about those issues, period. And it matters for how they support our causes going forward. Now, speaking of animal testing, my girl is aiming to reduce animal testing. That's the angle that we're gonna go with here. So Lady Gaga and Michael Polanski's new venture is aimed at reducing animal testing, accelerating the discovery of new skincare ingredients, and helping develop better treatments for skin diseases. Their startup, Outer Biosciences, keeps donated human skin alive in a lab and uses the results to train AI to identify the most promising compounds faster. So, yeah, there's a new AI startup that Gaga and her fella are promoting, or her fella has created. It's his company. So Lady Gaga and fiance Michael Polanski announced a new AI-powered biotech venture that uses living human skin tissue to help discover better skincare ingredients. The company Outer Biosciences says it can help keep donated human skin alive in the lab for weeks, allowing researchers to safely test thousands of compounds on real human tissue instead of relying on animal testing or computer simulations. The results are then used to train AI models to predict which ingredients are most likely to be safe and effective before they reach human trials. So here's the thing. Everyone's kind of talking about this as like an AI startup, which it is. I don't know. I mean, just based on the description, I'm like, this doesn't seem terrible. I have to say, going to the website, it just fucking looks like an AI tech startup in a way that makes me very uncomfortable. Even if I don't think that there's anything wrong with what they've said this startup is supposed to be working on, it's still like, it's the formatting of everything where it's like, ugh, don't love this. And also just don't love Gaga's relationship with AI prior to this, given the whole candle situation, but that's a different thing. That was generative AI. This is something else. And I do recognize that there is definitely a difference. My whole thing, though, is that as much as I think AI can be used in productive ways, if we remember the Judea controversy, the company that made that article that they released with Rolling Stone, where they were claiming that like all the negative discourse around Taylor Swift was propagated by bots, which some of it probably was, because it's also the internet, so it just, a lot of the internet is bots at this point. But the report that Judea put out, it was just sort of nonsense when you actually read their data and read their findings, because what they claimed to have found wasn't totally what they found, and a lot of the things that were written in that report didn't make a whole lot of sense. And that's something where, like, Judea was using AI to collect this data about, like, bots or whatever. And that's like something you could think of an AI system doing fairly reasonably, like just collecting data, organizing data, not like generating new information necessarily, but just like organizing and collecting data. And yet, Judea's results were pretty fucking dog shit, because I do worry that people are using AI systems as a way to just not do the work, if that makes sense. Like, a lot of companies are not really overseeing the process of these AI models. They're just sort of trusting the data that the AI system collects, and then not checking if the data collected, it was just a bunch of fucking bullshit. That gives me a little bit of pause. Like, I'm not against the use of AI in this context. I need more assurance that this is actually going to be overseen by a human to some extent, is what I'll say. Now, TechCrunch did write an entire article here about Michael Polanski and this new startup. I tried to read it, but I don't know enough about this in the first place. I don't know about this technology. I don't know about skin tissue, period. So I can't fucking say. It seems above board to an extent. It doesn't ring any like huge alarm bells for me. But I don't know, man. The entire like tech entrepreneur industry is so iffy and weird that I really would need someone. I want like an expert to look at this and like really say what they think is happening here, because I don't have the expertise to say one way or the other if this is bad or good. But I will say it makes me a little nervous. But you know, for the record, for my my standing, if they are in fact focusing on animal testing, if they're gonna reduce animal testing, that's good. Right? Let's focus on that part. Yeah, this is a little iffy. A little iffy. But Gaga's changed her profile picture on social media, which I thought was cute, and then I immediately saw people saying that it looks like a LinkedIn profile, or like her entire thing looks like a LinkedIn profile, and it kind of does. Like the for sure, the fact that she's like tagging House Labs and Outer Bio in the Born This Way Foundation in her description. Yeah, little tech bro-y, just to put your companies in the description. But I don't think the photo itself looks like a LinkedIn profile. I actually think it almost looks kind of 2013-ish, like when she used to do a lot of photos just with like photo booth on her MacBook. It kind of looks more like that. So I don't know. I don't know where this is going. I don't know if she's back in her fucking entrepreneur bag in between albums. But I think that a lot of people, I think a lot of little monsters feel a little uneasy about it just because of her history. And also just the fact that, like, I feel like, and this is why I really kind of, Michael Polanski is like a tech bro. He's an entrepreneur. That's what he did. That's what he does. That's what he did before he even met Gaga, before he was known as like Lady Gaga's fiance. He was an investor into shit. So this is kind of his domain. And I think that people in his domain at the current moment are really, really underestimating the amount that people do fucking hate AI. Like, you putting AI startup just even in the description for your new venture, already just gonna make people feel a little fucking weird. Just because the word AI is present, period. And I think that if she and Michael did not foresee that, they may be a little disconnected from the average person. Now, someone who is not apparently so disconnected from the average person, someone who's got their finger on the pulse a little bit more, turns out, is Jason Kelce. Here is an ad that he did for his and I believe Travis's beer brand, Garage Beer. They did a collab with Liquid Death, and this was pretty funny.
AI data centers waste millions of gallons of water. That's why Liquid Death and Garage Beer have decided to team up. We want your pee to cool these data centers.
We want your pee. Please give us your pee. Let's pee on computers together. 'Cause we need lots of pee. Endless gallons of pee. Join our important endeavor. We want your pee. Please give us your pee. Let's be on computers together and save humanity. We want your pee.
With Garage Beer's classic light beer and Liquid Death sparkling energy, the light beer of energy drinks, it's never been easier to create pee.
Let's be on computers together and save humanity.
So what are you waiting for? Go ahead and have another Garage Beer or Liquid Death sparkling energy. Then send your pee to the AI data center of your choice. We even make it easy with these collectible, sealable mugs.
We want your pee. Give us your pee.
He's a man of the people. What can you say? Oh, and here it is. I was going to talk about this too. This just happened. So, speaking of the Kelsey family, Taylor Swift is like really campaigning for a fucking Grammy right now. I can't with her. Come on, Taylor. Just take a break for a second. A fucking second. So yeah, apparently she did this icon session. I already heard about it on Twitter, but apparently 3 hours ago they released this video she did an entire talk with someone from the Grammys talking about music or whatever, and then she did a performance, I suppose. I don't know what song she performed. Let's see. What did she do?
I'd never been to Georgia, changing as it is. It's songs that are connected to each other by the common theme of being about memory and reliving certain detailed memories of your life and the significance of those memories.
God, look at that big ass rock.
I knew you through the days of the blades of the grass in summer.
I mean, that song is still like number 5 on the charts, so I don't know. I didn't watch this at all. Should we watch it for a minute and just see what she's talking about? See if it's anything good?
A lot about my work is that I write in detail, but I do think it's important to determine that the details have to have a significance to the story at hand. And in that song, like there's a line that says, just a boy in a Chevy truck that has a tendency.
I just don't know that you need to explain yourself that much.
There's a song called Never Grow Up that is a song to a little kid who's asleep in a crib.
How do you prioritize those things, and how do you decide, do I want to make it sound good or do I want to make it mean something?
Well, I think that ultimately we're trying to do both. And weird and like just open heart surgery to some people, but for me it feels like very sacred. And I look back now on songs that I wrote about just like gut-wrenching heartbreak, and I look back and I'm like, that was a really decorative. Like, let's not be haphazard with these things. Let's make them count. There's a song on my album Fearless, which is the second album I put out, and it's all written from.
Being snarky about her talking about her craft is weird. She's been talking about it, though, is the thing. She has been going on all these different things, doing different speeches, talking about her songwriting. doing interviews talking about her song. It's like, we get it. You don't need to explain it to people this much, especially this late into her career. It just feels so weird that, like, she needs to continuously be telling people that she's a good songwriter. Like, girl, we know. I guess maybe she does have to remind people after that last album, but it just feels so weird that she is continuously campaigning for something. At what point does she take a break and just decide that, like, I have enough? Oh my God. I can't believe the amount that she doesn't want to stay home and just, like, hang out, girl. Like, what are you running from is what I want to know. Why can't you just live your life? You just got married. Go live. But there might already be some teasing for the new Taylor Swift debut, Taylor's version. I don't know. It's hard to say. So, like, there was this graffiti that showed up that says TS. People are thinking that it maybe is, like, a combination of the debut re-release, the Taylor's version, and then maybe also because it's in this font and it kind of looks Reputation-esque, maybe she's going to release those Reputation tracks. You want her to stay home and not talk about her craft? At this point, yeah. She's campaigning all the time. It's weird. And I'm not even just saying this from, like, a viewer's perspective. I'm saying this from, like, a place of, I'm concerned about her. Like, this is a strange thing to do. To never want to not be in the public eye. It is, especially when you're so famous. She is, like, the most famous woman in the world. And she can't stop going into public where she's going to be scrutinized in a way that would just damage so many people's mental health. But it's like she doesn't know anything else to do. And that's what's sad, is that, like, she doesn't seem to understand how to not live publicly. And that, you know, it is probably just a product of her upbringing to an extent, but it's a corrosive way to live. It really would just, it would fuck with your brain a lot in ways that I think a lot of people don't recognize, because a lot of us don't have to deal with that amount of scrutiny. But, like, the amount of fame that Taylor Swift has would make most people who are, like, who care about their mental health, it would make most people just take a break more than she does. Not just a break from making music, but a break from, like, constantly campaigning and promoting herself. I know, I need her in therapy so bad. Yeah, that's really what it is. It's like, I think that she doesn't have another outlet. But so, and then they also turned the Empire State Building green, which maybe is related to her. No one really knows, but this is the kind of the rumor that's going around. I've also seen people say that this could be a Travis Scott thing. And then I saw someone say, it can't be for anyone outside of Taylor because TS is trademarked. Now, first of all, that's not how trademarking works. You cannot just trademark initials. Taylor has trademarked her initials and done, like, specific, you know, fonts and images and stuff with those initials, but you can't just trademark TS to the point that no one can put TS on it. Especially graffiti. Like, people can graffiti TS all they want. But I did look into it because I was like, how many different versions of her initials has she trademarked? So I looked into all her different trademarks, and then it just led me to this too. And this is also, again, just even speaking about her, like, her mental state. Apparently she's trademarked her cats, all of her cats, their names, for, like, branding purposes. And this is where I'm like, this is a crazy way to live your life, where every single thing that you do, including your pets, has to be used for merchandising and has to be, like, commodified in this way. You trademarked your cats? Girl. Like, come on. Just have cats. Just have them and just live with them and love them and be with them. This is the same thing I thought too about the the bread, when she kept talking about the sourdough bread, when she mentioned it in one interview, when she mentioned it on the podcast, I was like, oh, that's cute. She makes sourdough bread. That's nice. And it felt like a life thing, like a little glance into her life, her as a private person. And then suddenly the bread was everywhere. Like, she had the bread in the music videos. She had the bread. She was talking about the bread in other interviews. Somber was walking around carrying bread. It's like, you had to use your bread making as a branding thing right away. Well, not right away, I guess. She was probably making sourdough for longer than that. But it's like, she mentioned the sourdough thing in one interview, and then suddenly the sourdough is a part of the lore. I'm surprised maybe she has trademarked something related to sourdough. But this is too much. This is a commodification of your life in a way that is so unhealthy. But good luck to her. Good luck to her. And here's another thing too, like, apart from what she's doing personally herself, it is starting to get really, really grating the amount that, because she's the most famous person in the world and because she's like the biggest pop star ever, we are expected to take everything she does super seriously. Like, just the pop stan world in general, we're expected to just accept the idea that, like, everything she releases is worthy of praise from mainstream outlets and from big networks such as MTV. Because the VMA nominations came out, and some of them are fucking crazy, including this one. The Fate of Ophelia was nominated for Best Editing. And as Sydney here says, just burst out laughing at this. The whole video is a bunch of longer tracking shots strung together, so it maybe has 9 cuts in all. Yeah, like, even if she was going to be nominated for this award, it should have maybe been for Opalite, not for The Fate of Ophelia. There's not many cuts in there. That was the whole thing about the video, is that it's mostly like a continuous shot. This is ridiculous. How does she keep getting these nominations other than the fact that she's Taylor Swift? And now everyone's got to compete with Taylor Swift and with the Swifties with a fan-voted award. Not that it's really that fan-voted in the first place. The producers ultimately choose who wins each award. But, like, the idea that a fan-voted award with Taylor Swift could be fair to other people at this point, when she really didn't even deserve the nomination. I mean, it's just disrespectful to a lot of other creators, or a lot of other artists. Yeah, and editing isn't just cuts, to be fair. It's not just cuts. It's not. But there's just not enough editing in that video to begin with. Like, they edited aspects of it, for sure. But the idea that you could have, like, a long tracking shot-based music video be nominated for Best Editing is already just a little bit disrespectful, especially in the music video category. Because music videos are expected to have cuts that are with, like, the music and with the beat and stuff. That's almost baked into the artistry. I could see a nomination for Best Editing at, like, the Oscars that doesn't have a lot of cuts in it. But for a music video, the cuts go hand in hand with the format. They just kind of do. Maybe there could be an exception someday where I would say that a video without a lot of cuts could be eligible for that nomination, but currently, I think that's a very, very hard thing to even argue. But let's go through these nominations. I have not voted yet, and I haven't gone through all of these yet, so we're gonna go through together, and I'm gonna vote right here, live on stream. I'll put on some background music. Alright, so first off, we have Video of the Year with Ariana Grande, Hate That I Made You Love Me, Bruno Mars, I Just Might, Generations, Storm starring Young Lean, Madonna, Confessions 2, the film, Sabrina, Tears, and Taylor Swift, The Fate of Ophelia. Like, fuck off. Oops, shit. If we're being honest, Bruno shouldn't even be here either. I haven't watched this one, so maybe I really shouldn't vote until I watch that video. Fuck, what the hell? Sorry, I have like a little thing next to me that has drawers, and the drawers keep falling out. Don't know why. let's see. I mean, I do like the Hate That I Made You Love Me video, and I love Tears, and I love Confessions. We get 10... I can split it across 10 votes? Right? Okay, so like... I think that sounds... I'm gonna give one less for Ariana. No! I'll keep those two even, because I want Madonna to have one more. Okay, Artist of the Year. Definitely not Morgan Wallen. I wish I could give negative votes there. Definitely not Taylor Swift either. What the fuck? I'm gonna mostly go Ariana, I think. And then... Okay, yeah. 4 for Ari, 3 for Madonna, 3 for Sabrina. Song of the Year. Okay, BTS Swim, Ella Langley, Choose in Texas, Hunter X, Golden, Madonna and Sabrina, Bring Your Love, Olivia Dean, Man I Need, Pink Panther is Stateside, and Zara Larson. And Ray, Where Is My Husband? Okay, I get 10 votes. I'll do... I think I gotta mostly go stateside here. I'm gonna go stateside. Yeah, 2 for Ray, 3 for Madonna and Sabrina, 5 for Pink Panthers and Zara. Best New Artist. Oh, I don't know any of these people. I'm not even gonna vote there. That's... I know that's, Will Ferrell's son. Just gonna go to Best Collab. Okay, so we got Clips, Kendrick, Pusha T, Malice, French Montana, Max B, Madonna and Sabrina, Pink Pantheress, and Zara Larson, Shakira and Burna Boy, Teyana Taylor and Lucky Day. I'm gonna split it between Madonna and Pink Pantheress. Best Pop. Ariana Grande, Hate That I Made You Love Me, Charlie XCX, Spring Summer 26, Lisa Dream, Olivia Rodrigo, Drop Dead, Sabrina Carpenter, House Tour, Tate McRae, Nobody's Girl, definitely not that one, and definitely not Fate of Ophelia. Okay, so I'm gonna do, I only get 10? I could split it between all of these, so. Okay, and then I have 2 more. I'm gonna give it to Olivia and Ariana. Best Hip Hop, I don't think that I am qualified to vote in that one. Best R&B, don't really feel qualified for that one either. Alternative, we're considering The Cure alternative. I'm just gonna vote for Olivia. I shouldn't, but I'm just going to. Best Latin. Okay, I don't feel qualified for this one at all. But I am gonna give it to Bad Bunny and Rosalia. Oh, but Karol G's here too! I'm gonna do 1 less for Rosalia and 1 for Karol G. Best K-pop. Okay, I cannot vote in that one. Best Dance. BB Rexa and Faithless New Religion. Harry Styles Aperture, Lady Gaga and Doechii Runway, Madonna Confessions 2, Pink Pantheress, Stateside Slater Dance, and Tate McRae Nobody's Girl. We really disagree on what even counts as dance, because how the fuck did Aperture and Nobody's Girl end up here? In what universe? Stupid. I'm gonna do 1 for Gaga. For sure I want to do Madonna, for sure I want to do Pink, and then for sure I want to do Slater. So I've got 4 and 4 remaining, so I could do another one for Madonna, another 2 for Slater, and I have 3 votes remaining, so 1, 2, 3. I don't know. Okay, one less to Gaga. I'm so sorry. Okay, submit. Best country, cannot vote in that one. Best direction. Oh, this is a non-votable category. This is for the professionals. Let's see who's nominated. So, Ariana Grande, Bruno Mars. I don't think the Bruno Mars videos... This is the thing. It's like men really do just get put in. They're like, we just need male representation. But like the Bruno Mars video, it's cute, but it's not that impressive. Generation, Madonna, Sabrina, and Taylor. Okay. I hope it goes to Sabrina or Madonna. Maybe the Ariana one, but not Taylor Swift. That's ridiculous. Best art direction. My body is... Shut up! Okay. Spring Summer 26, Runway, Confessions 2, Pink Pantheress, Stateside. My body isn't ready, and Fate of Ophelia is stupid. I would hope it goes to Gaga or Charlie. Anyone but these two. Anyone but these two. That's it. Vote for Casey. You're right. You're right. I'm gonna go back to country and I'm gonna give all my votes to Casey Musgraves. There we go. Best cinematography. There she is again. A$AP Rocky, Ariana Grande, Lisa, Madonna, Shabuzi, and Taylor Swift. I don't have much of an opinion on that. I haven't seen these three, so. Best editing. This is fucking crazy. Fate of Ophelia nomination. I hope it goes to House Tour or Madonna or Ari. I haven't watched that one. Best choreography. Is that how the Harry Styles one ended up in dance because they have choreography? I think the choreography's fine. I don't hate that choreography. I don't hate the Taylor Swift choreography for Taylor Swift. I think it works for Taylor Swift because it's like almost like TikTok choreography and it suits her well, but is that good choreography, period? No, not really. Tate McRae, I don't even remember the choreography in that video. I think it needs to go to either Confessions or maybe Dance No More. I guess maybe the Cat's Eye one. I haven't seen that video, but they dance. And then visual effects, Ariana Grande, Jisoo, Zayn, Madonna, Pink Pantheress, Ray, Taylor Swift. What visual effects are we talking about? I guess Pink Pantheress, that one has good visual effects. Ariana has good visual effects. The Ray one has good visual effects. What visual effects are we referring to in the Fate of Ophelia? What are we referring to? The Confessions, that one has good effects. I haven't seen this one, so I don't know. But like, what visual effects? Are there some in the video? Sure. Are they noteworthy? No. Oh my god. But whatever. Okay, we voted. Oh, and we can vote again in 2.5 hours. I probably won't. But there you go. You guys can vote for the VMAs. So there's the nominations. I'm sure the ceremony will suck. Other important news. Important dog news. DOGUE had its annual issue come out, which is like Vogue, but for dogs. So this is Bad Bunny's dog. This is some actor, I don't know his name. Charles Melton, that's his dog. This is Millie Bobby Brown's dog. And then Serena Williams' dog for DOGUE. Now, really, the dog I want to highlight here is Lena Dunham's dog. She is an 8-year-old Mexican hairless pug. She said, I was single, I was living in New York, I was by my lonesome, it was post-breakup, I needed a little buddy and a companion, so she adopted her from a purposeful rescue in Los Angeles. Look at her fucking dog. That's so cute. Oh, and that one too. Oh my god. What a little cutie. She answered a bunch of these questions as her dog, which I find a little obnoxious, but that's fine. But look at the puppy. And that one too. And the kitty. Anyway. Moving on to Spider-Man. Now for this one, for Spider-Man, we do have some things to try. Jonathan, I think you did say that there was one in the freezer. If you want to bring me one, I'll try a cold one. But we have Beero, which is Tom Holland's non-alcoholic beer line. We got the variety pack, which is, what's it called? Daybreak Shandy. Oh, is that the Shandy? Oh, these are all the Shandies? Oh my god. Fantastic. Oh, I thought he just got the beer, but these are the Shandies. This is perfect. Which one? Which one should I try? Okay, we have options. I guess I could open all of them, theoretically.
I'll drink whatever.
There's Sunset Shandy, Elderflower, Daybreak Shandy, Lemon Lime, Golden Hour Shandy, Pink Grapefruit, and Midnight Shandy, Blackberry Yuzu. I don't know. Should I open them all?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll open all of them. I'll drink all of them.
They're only 0.5%.
They have 0.5% of alcohol. So, not really beero, more like beer 1.5%. So this is the lemon lime one. It's good. It's lemon lime. It's cute. Here, you can take that one. I wanted to try the elderflower. Ooh, I like that one a lot. That's good. Born in London, crafted in America, enjoyed worldwide. Then we have pink grapefruit. It's okay. It's grapefruity. I don't have, like, I need to work on my food reviewing vocabulary, because I'm like, it's good, it tastes like what it said it tasted like. And this is Blackberry Yuzu. It's okay. Yeah, they're all good. Good job. Okay, you can try it. But I'll keep that one. Good job, Mr. Tom Holland. And good job, Zendaya. I know the Shandies were inspired by her, so thank you, Zendaya. Bye-bye. All right. There we go. Moving on to Spider-Man. So, some good news. One of the songs in the Spider-Man movie, the newest one, has had an 800% increase in streams after the film debuted. And I knew immediately, I was like, I know what song that must be. Because there was a song in the movie where I was like, oh, what is that? I don't think I really listened to it. I think I looked it up at one point, but I didn't, like, listen to it or add it to my Spotify playlist yet. But I knew immediately that it must be that song because in the film I was a little taken by it. It was a good song. And the movie has a good soundtrack overall. Unfortunately, there is a new controversy. So the art book for Spider-Man Brand New Day reveals that generative AI was used in concept design of New York City for the film. Already, that's a little crazy to use. I can kind of understand people using, and I don't think they should, but I could understand someone using AI just for like a concept real quick. If you're like, you just need to communicate it to like an art director or something, where you're like, oh, I kind of want it to look like this if you don't have the art skills yourself. But that's why you fucking hire an artist to do it. That's what a concept design artist is supposed to do, and they have the money to do it because they're Marvel, so why would they need to use AI in the first place? But especially here, the fact that they use it as concept design for New York City. Just go take a fucking photo. It's a living city. It's real. You don't need to use AI to replicate it. You could just go take a photo of the fucking city. Do you not have access to New York City? You don't even need to take a photo, really. Just go find one online. Who cares? But this is the photo. So if you can see right here, this is like a street in New York. And then right in here, there's just a weird little morph of some taxi cars that looks extremely suspicious. Did kind of get the text right there, though. So yeah, just cheap and tacky, especially if you're gonna sell it as a book. Like, not even just to have the concept design for yourself, but to put it in a book that you're selling. It is kind of shameful. But, as this tweet says, Raimi, yo chain forever safe. It already was going to be safe because the Sam Raimi Spider-Man movies are the greatest movies ever made. But just so that we're all clear of the fucking difference in terms of the amount of care put into these movies, let's go back and look at that photo of New York City. And now let's look at the concept art for Raimi's Spider-Man movies. Do we see that? Do we see what happens when someone takes what they're doing fucking seriously? Does that look like AI? No. Here's some more. This is from the, like, parade thing. And I think that's the third movie. So even Spider-Man 3, which is the worst of the trilogy, even that had the dignity to have an actual artist make the concept design. Here's number 1. This is the fight with the Green Goblin. There's Doc Ock. And there's the third one. Incredible. Beautiful. Fantastic. Ooh, that one looks cool too. Yeah, it's lazy, and it's sad too, because I can kind of understand if you're doing a concept thing and you just need it like quickly, but to sell this as a book when it's just so blatant too, and it looks terrible. It's like, these are the movies that are making hundreds of millions of dollars. This movie like broke records for its opening. And it was made using millions of dollars as well. Now, there was an explanation that I guess the artist gave on to, or someone related to the project. I don't know who, the publisher of the concept art book went on to like a subreddit and defended himself. And he said, as far as I know, this isn't AI. I work on the publishing side of things, comics, and get the art assets from studios. These assets came from the full visual development team, which is comprised of both staff and freelance artists. I was told that some of the freelancers had used AI in their work to populate backgrounds, and any art that was flashed for AI use was either not provided for me to lay out in the book or was removed. Ryan Meinerding himself went over every page to check for AI, as he was very strict about it. I'm not saying it isn't impossible that something slipped through, but this looks more like Photoshop's autofill again. The wonky taxi is more likely than removing something between two taxis, and Adobe pulled in the closest pixels to fill it. Well, that's still kind of AI, but probably trying to remove a watermark, as a lot of freelancers will just take pics they see if off the internet, stitch it together, and paint on top of it. Same thing with the fire escapes that look like a repeated copy-paste that you've never meant to really even look that closely at. Whatever the final result is here, it's ultimately on the artist, not Disney/Marvel. Disney/Marvel won't publish anything with AI because you don't legally own anything made with AI, and contracts stipulate it must be your wholly original work, so anyone taking shortcuts in their art here or otherwise is making that decision personally. It isn't a mandate from the company. It's like, okay, cool. We've saved Disney from liability here. It looks like AI, dude. I don't know what to say. Not Adobe Fill is not AI. It is to an extent. And that's the thing, is that like a lot of this stuff, yeah, the airbrushing isn't AI, but like if you're using the some amount of like fill, it's a lot of the same technology that has since been like and I don't think that that's bad, but it's like a lot of technology that has since been like remarketed as AI that wouldn't have been considered AI before. But if you're defending yourself against an AI accusation, just saying that it was autofill, like it's still not something that it is something that went through a computer in a way that like is probably just inappropriate for it to make it to the actual concept book. Like, you just don't need to put this in, and it looked like a full page. I don't know how anyone wouldn't have caught that. Yeah, it just looks cheap and tacky. Like, literally just leave it off. Now, in other Spider-Man news, this is not related to the actual movie, but a man in a Spider-Man costume did punch Jake Lang recently, which I do appreciate. If you don't know who Jake Lang is, he's a white supremacist. He comes to Dearborn fairly often to terrorize the Muslims in the area. Oops, shit, that was kind of loud. And here he is getting punched.
Spider-Man, Spider-Man, does whatever.
I should probably mute that because that's probably copywritten. But here he is. Here, I'll play my music. So yeah, good for him. And here's the hero. He's been arrested, so we do know who it is. Here's the real hero, a man named William Nicholas Love. Shout out to you, William. Doing the Lord's work. Now, talking about Spider-Man, here's our MJ. She has got a new meme that is taking over Twitter. It's this old video from when she was, I don't know, she must have been young. It was the premiere of Justin Bieber Never Say Never. So, how old? I think she's about my age, and I was in high school or middle school when this movie came out. So, she must have been around the same age. Man, and she was on red carpets. It is just like a little concerning when you realize how many of the famous people we know were genuine fucking child stars. But here she is, glowing, looking incredible. Here's the caption: please tell me you didn't eat the apple. And then there's Eve, having ate the apple. This is my favorite version of the meme. Me catching a glimpse of myself in the car window without realizing there are people inside. Incredible. People are so funny. And here's some, like, just Getty images of her in that moment. God, she's a baby! Oh my god! Little baby Zendaya. And we do have another movie update. Nicholas Hoult has now left the Harry Potter series. He is no longer playing Gilderoy Lockhart, but Kit Harington is. So we got a new person to bully now. Nicholas said he left due to scheduling conflicts, which, okay, sure. Don't know why you couldn't just say with your chest that you realized it was a bad fucking idea. But good luck, Kit. It is like you can't be in this fucking show. It's ridiculous. We all know why she's even doing this in the first place. It's because too many of the cast from the original films started talking out against her transphobia, so she made a new thing. Shame on any adult actor in this series. But whatever, I guess, like, has Kit Harington done much since Game of Thrones? I'm not quite sure. Maybe he was desperate. Now moving on to Hayden Panettiere, we do have some updates. So this is really sad. Like, People magazine used the same photo of Hayden for her comeback a few years ago, or like last year, or in 2024, and then they used the same photo from her passing. It just, like, it's so sad because it really was so sudden. Even though there were definitely signs that she wasn't doing well all the time, but it seemed like she was getting stuff back together, and this whole thing is about her healing and saying, I'm starting to feel like myself again, and here she is, having passed. It's really tragic. Now, Neutrogena has made a statement about their decision to not renew her contract after postpartum. She said, they said, we are deeply saddened by Hayden Panettiere's passing. For more than a decade, Hayden was a valued member of our Neutrogena community. We are proud to have partnered with her and understand that we made her feel unsupported during a very difficult time. This is not what Neutrogena stands for or who we want to be. Hayden's courage in sharing her challenges helped inspire important conversations and awareness. We are making a significant investment to a long-standing community health partner to help give more women access to the support they need, including care for postpartum depression. We will share more details with this community when plans are in place. Out of respect for Hayden's family and loved ones, we did not want to speak out so soon following her passing. Everyone at Neutrogena extends their deepest condolences to Hayden's family and all who loved her. How about you spoke out? You should have spoken out when she said it, when she was alive. That interview was from months ago. People talked about it at the time, and you didn't say anything at all. You waited until you got a fuck ton of backlash after her death, and now you want to say something. It's just too little too late for me. I am glad they said they're going to do something to support people with postpartum depression. I don't know. I'm sure they're, like, going to make a donation to a charity or something, which I guess is good, but yeah, fuck you. Fuck you real hard, Neutrogena. Someone else who has decided to talk about the Hayden Panettiere situation and her death is Christy Carlson Romano, because she has to involve herself in everything that involves a fallen former child star. I get it. I think that Christy Carlson Romano, when she inserts herself into situations that do not involve her whatsoever, most of the time I think it's funny. This one I don't think is that funny. I think it's very opportunistic in a way that feels kind of gross to me. And now she is speaking out about, like, child stardom and the harms of it, and there's good things that she says in this article. But I don't know. It still feels tacky, especially just with her history of constantly needing to insert herself into drama. I'm like, just not now, Christy. Not now. And she also says stuff in here where I'm like, this... It's a little annoying. Like, she says, early fame is like CTE, not as a diagnosis, as a way of thinking about repeated impact. We now have language for youth sports, protocols, helmets, parents worried about concussions, but we have almost no language for what happens when stress, scrutiny, rejection, adult pressure, and the collapse of privacy become the architecture of childhood. It's called complex PTSD. yeah, sure, maybe we could have like a term that's more specific to that industry, to like the child industry, but like to say that there's no term for the repeated impact of trauma, it's complex PTSD. Complex PTSD. I think I said T for a second. I don't know. I just thought this was a kind of tacky move from her. But the criticisms of the child stardom industry, absolutely legitimate, including the criticisms that Hayden herself made. And she echoed something too. This was something I had never really even thought about until Allison Stoner started talking about it, when Allison was really discussing the harms of child stardom. One of the things that's really, really fucked up with actors specifically is the fact that, like, when you're a kid and you are being tasked with doing, like, multiple roles especially, but doing stuff that's, like, really, really emotionally taxing, because even if you're not, like, a full method actor or whatever, like, in the moment, if you are performing if you're performing an experience, you are to some degree going to feel it. And with child stars being asked to do like really, really serious roles, it can be really, really damaging to them psychologically, because they're being asked to put themselves into positions that are pretty fucking dark for a child to be in. So here's Hayden talking about the amount that she was asked to cry in movies and TV.
When your mother is chosen to take the 8-month-old baby to the audition rooms, into those audition rooms, and it went from there and progressed into 50 commercials by the time I was 5. I was on a soap opera by 4 years old, and it said it never stopped, and it was every moment on set. I didn't care about anybody else's opinion but my mom's,
yeah.
Because I knew that if she was unhappy with my performance in any way, that the rest of the day was going to be ruined.
Yes.
It was going to be a very bad day.
And your mom was tough. You had a lot of, this is what got me, your praise for your over-the-top performances, which you think is a good thing. But what happened when you get the praise for being over-the-top in your performances?
Yeah, that's something that I realized, that just I had been crying. Once people figured out that I could cry on cue the way that I did, it was in everything, literally every scene. And it went from being a kid and having to imagine just that your pet passed away or something. But then as I got older, the imagery became darker and darker and darker, and the emotion that I had to hold within me in order to get those trigger tears going, and it became harder and harder to jump out of it. I didn't know where my character started and where I ended,
and where it began.
Just enmeshed.
And I do want to show a clip, and warning here, this is kind of hard to watch because she was a very good actress as a child. I'm going to show a clip of her crying as a kid. And this is where it's like, there's certain things where I can understand a parent overlooking the harm that's being done to their kids in certain situations, but I cannot understand any adult in this room or seeing this footage and not feeling like this is not an okay thing to ask a child to do. Here she is. Here's Hayden as a little baby Hayden on Guiding Light, the soap opera.
Come here. It's okay, honey. It's all right. Mommy's gonna be just fine. She's right here. She's okay. She's gonna be fine. She's just not feeling well. She's a little sick. Sweetie.
Mommy's going to be fine. Just an accident.
It's okay. Mommy's gonna be fine, honey. She's gonna be fine, sweetie.
You stay here with Daddy. Honey,
Honey, Grandma will make sure she's okay. I promise you. I promise you,
Take care of her.
okay?
I'll take care of her. Honey, it's okay. Honey, come here. Come here, come here, come here. Come here, sweetie. Come here. Honey, stop crying. I want you to stop crying. Stop crying. Stop. Where's Daddy's big girl? Where's Daddy's big girl? Mommy's gonna be just fine, sweetheart.
How do you know?
Because I know your mommy is a very strong, determined woman.
What does that mean?
It means that she's gonna be out of here before you know it, okay? She's gonna be out of here. Honey, it's all right. Don't cry, sweetie.
Go up.
What is it? What kind of a lesson? What is it, guys?
Can you... What is it?
That's awful. And sure, she's acting, but that's still a child. That, like, she had to put herself into some sort of very affected mind state in order to pull off a performance like that. And then you just kind of get rewarded for it, too. You get rewarded for fucking up your own mental health. Now, there has been a lot of criticism aimed at Hayden's mother over this last week, and rightfully so to an extent. She put out a statement to NBC. She said, "I think Hayden was an amazingly talented person in so many departments, and I think young people who grow up in the entertainment industry," this is already just a crazy fucking way to start this statement too, by talking about her talent as an actor instead of like how much you loved her as a person and your daughter. "It is a struggle and it's very challenging, and it's a very challenging industry, and it's not unusual for them to sadly find the wrong path." Girl, you put your kid into that situation in the fucking first place. What are you talking about? "There is a lot of history in the past that Brian has enabled Hayden many times, and this is why her father and I had been concerned for a long time about him." Now, I agree about being concerned about Brian. That's her ex who abused her and who was present at her death. And so, yeah, absolutely call him out. But you can still talk about her as a little bit more of like a person, a little bit. "No contact was a choice I made for very specific reasons, and, you know, certainly not for a lack of care, concern, love. I think it becomes very difficult to be true to yourself, and I think Hayden sadly lost her way, and I wish it were different. I wish she had stayed true to herself because she had many incredible attributes." What a weird way to talk about your daughter. "I just feel that she's with her brother and they're at peace. The present drama is partially to..." Oh, this was from her memoir in 2026. "The present drama is partially to sell books. There is a personality style," which we've read that stuff before, but it's fucking gross. Her mom is gross. And I'm sure the dad sucks too, but the mom is way more vocal and was way more present in her career. And so I guess she did an interview. I haven't watched this, but she did an interview that got shared earlier today, so I figured we could watch it together.
How are you doing? It's a process, and I think it will probably hit me later on. I would say to the haters out there, you don't have a right to tell me how I mourn the loss of my second child. That's my domain.
Leslie Vogel, a mother grieving
Yeah, but I do have a right to be like, your actions feel a little weird, girl. And not just in the way that you're mourning, but like in everything about your interactions with Hayden prior to that point. The mourning is whatever, you know? Different people mourn differently. But the way you raised your kid, I have some critiques.
the loss of her superstar daughter and their complicated relationship, opening up about the moment she got the news that her daughter had died in a South Carolina apartment at just 36 years old.
What was that moment like for you? I was numb. I was just numb. I just couldn't feel anything. I still am not grasping this as real. It just doesn't feel real. My mind tells me it's not at times. You know, it's going to be a process. I need a minute, guys.
Yes,
According to the police report, Hayden's on and off again boyfriend Brian Hickerson and his brother Zach were the last two people to see Hayden alive. The case is now under investigation. Brian had previously pleaded no contest in 2021 to felony charges he abused Panettiere. According to Leslie, their relationship with Hickerson accelerated in 2018 after Hayden handed over custody of her then 4-year-old daughter Kaya to her ex-fiancé Vladimir Klitschko.
The situation with Hayden and Vlad and their daughter, that was a very difficult period for her. Vlad had taken over custody, for safety. In my opinion, that was the catalyst that she just couldn't keep those demons away. I think
that's a weird way to phrase it too. I mean, she's kind of correct. She was struggling with postpartum depression. To say she couldn't keep those demons away, that feels like it's putting a weird amount of responsibility onto her to, like, get your shit together. But, like, okay, she was experiencing a fucking medical emergency.
she struggled, and Brian came into her life. She was vulnerable.
The mother-daughter duo intertwined.
That's true, but like, why was she so vulnerable? Do you have no reflection as to what you did? The life that you had Hayden leading since she was a fucking kid?
Personally and professionally from the time Hayden first appeared on screen. Born to shine, the actor started appearing in commercials as a baby, moving on to soaps and eventually TV dramas and film.
This is one of my faves. This is from In the Limousine on the way to the premiere of A Bug's Life.
Leslie sharing several photos of Hayden's early life with us.
You said people don't know the truth about your and Hayden's relationship. What was the truth about your relationship?
I would say Hayden had a very happy life up until she got Heroes at 16. So here she was, the star of a major TV series. But I would say at about 17, I started seeing her going downhill. As she got older, then it wasn't my...
Yeah, it's almost like the trauma started catching up with her. Of course, prior to that point, she seemed like everything was fine because she's a kid. She was hiding a lot of the pain she was feeling to please you. My God. This is, too, like, I always think it's so funny when you look back at the videos of, like, Taylor Swift as a teenager, Britney Spears as a teenager, whoever else, Miley Cyrus, where they're like, oh my God, isn't it so great that they haven't gotten into any trouble? They're such good girls when they're like 17 in the interview. It's like, well, give them a minute. Give them a fucking second. They're not even like real full adult people yet. You don't show all the wounds from your childhood right away.
Voice anymore. I wasn't in charge of her choices. I tried to give her the best advice I could. But again, you know, any young person, teen, they want to be liberated. And I get that. I did get that.
Hayden and her mom weren't speaking in the star's final months. 1 year ago, her mom says she went to stay with Hayden to help her. She says Hayden wanted out of her relationship with Brian.
She knew that Brian was toxic. She knew she had to get him out of her life.
But things took a turn after about 6 weeks. She noticed Hayden pulling away, so she went back to her home in Florida.
What made you leave? What happened between the two of you?
When I got the phone call from her saying, I'm going to be with the person I love. And I said, I just lost it. I lost it. I could not believe that she had gone that far back, that he had been successful in reeling her back in with all of the things he had done to her.
Vogel says Hayden was seeing Hickerson again. She gave Hayden an ultimatum. She says on the advice of her therapist, she told Hayden she couldn't talk to her if Brian was part of her life.
Fire your fucking therapist, girl. What the hell? Give your daughter an ultimatum? Jesus Christ. Because you've been such a good mom, too. That's the thing, is like, obviously it sucks that Hayden went back to her abusive boyfriend. But if the alternative is you, and you also are abusive to her, what was she supposed to do?
And that was the beginning of their estrangement.
I needed it. I needed to have that pocket of time.
You needed it? You needed it. You didn't think about what your daughter fucking needed?
Of course, I thought it was going to be a pocket of time. I did not, by any stretch of the imagination, think that this was going to happen to Hayden. I don't know why, I just didn't. Maybe I didn't want to.
Because you weren't thinking about Hayden. You were thinking about yourself. You were thinking about how you needed to draw boundaries for yourself. It was draining for you to deal with Hayden, to deal with your daughter's crumbling mental health.
Hayden released a book about her life, This Is Me, A Reckoning, back in May. In it, she recalls telling her mom at 19 that she didn't want Vogel to manage her career anymore. And Vogel replied, "You owe me." Vogel remembers that moment, but says her version doesn't match Hayden's.
I remember being in her trailer and literally saying nothing. I knew that day would come. It's not that I didn't expect it. But it was very short, very brief conversation, and then she turned and went to set.
Did it hurt to read that in the book?
You know, it just... I know I didn't say what she said I said.
Vogel lost her son Jansen.
Like, you would really fucking remember, too. Ridiculous. Man, this woman sucks.
In 2023, just 28, he was Hayden's little brother.
You've now lost 2 children in a short amount of time.
Yeah.
Where do you go from here?
Just trying to... I think you just have to find that inner strength. I have been knocked down throughout my life. And
Poor you.
I'm not complaining because I have the strength to get back up. And that really is, it's not if we fall, it's how we get back up that defines who we are.
What do you want Hayden to be remembered for?
I want Hayden to be remembered for the talented...
Stop! For her talents? Oh my God, you really don't see her as a person at all.
Beautiful, outgoing, intelligent woman. She really was. But I also want people to understand that it is my belief that...
Immediately following it up, what she wants her daughter to be known for, but I also want people to stop being mad at me.
She was suffering. Now, that doesn't make sense, because when you look at a beautiful girl who's got an incredible career, even though it has had its ups and downs,
that doesn't make sense because she had a beautiful career. You think because she was financially successful that nothing was wrong. You did everything right.
but you look at that big picture and you go, why would you be suffering? People don't understand that you can have on the exterior all of this, but that doesn't mean that what's going on in here matches.
Sure, yeah, exactly. And why?
And Leslie Vogel says she has been in contact with Hayden's former partner, Vlad. She calls him an amazing dad to their daughter, Kaya. She says he has given Kaya a wonderful childhood. Hayden was planning to see her daughter soon. She said she sees so much of Hayden in Kaya. She also said Hayden's estate will go to her daughter and that they will plan a celebration of life in the future. But she says that they are just not ready to plan that just yet, because right now her focus is on seeing where this death investigation goes. She is a grieving mother who wants answers.
Yeah. Such hard. Yeah, I mean, she is a grieving mother and she does want answers, but she's still definitely not taking responsibility for what she did to her daughter throughout her whole life. And now her mom has pointed out, and I think it is good to point out, that like there was a person with Hayden in her final moments who deserves way more scrutiny. Now, I didn't want to speak on this too much last week because we didn't have a whole lot of information yet. It was clear that she had been back together with her ex in some way, but it wasn't clear if he had been there at the time. I think we had kind of maybe started to figure out that he had maybe been in the house at the time, but it just wasn't like confirmed. We do now know for sure that Hayden's ex-boyfriend, who had been very, very abusive to him, or to her, and I think had even maybe gone to prison at one point. He for sure was arrested. I don't know if he actually served time in prison. I think he did, though. He had come back into her life, and he was with her when she passed. So a few months before her death on Sunday, Hayden Panettiere was making the rounds to promote her new memoir, where she wrote about the traumas she had faced in her life, including efforts to disentangle herself from a toxic and abusive boyfriend. Ms. Panettiere described herself as finally free of him. Abusers, they weave themselves like weeds into your life, she said on a podcast in May. That boyfriend, Brian Hickerson, made his own media appearances the next day to express his regret for the abuse. Very little is publicly known about the circumstances of Ms. Panettiere's death, which a person with knowledge of the offense said was caused by an apparent drug overdose that led to cardiac arrest. We don't really know yet because they haven't come back with a toxicology report. That usually takes a minute. So, overdose, maybe. Cardiac arrest, yeah. But we don't know really the circumstances quite yet. But a heavily redacted report was released on Tuesday by the police, where Ms. Panettiere died, said that it was Mr. Hickerson and his brother, Zach Hickerson, who had called 911. When the paramedics failed to revive her, Brian Hickerson became emotional, the police said. So it seems like he actually wasn't very emotional until they, pronounced her dead, which is maybe saying something, but who knows? I mean, different people do respond to stressful situations differently, but it definitely is suspicious. There's been some welfare checks at Brian's house since her death, which I can't say I care that much about his welfare. But some neighbors spoke out.
Hayden Panettiere's neighbor is making shocking allegations about the troubled star's relationship with her boyfriend.
She was always such a bright light when she was by herself. When she was with Brian, she was so subdued and seemed almost like a different person.
Mia Terrazas says she called 911 a half a dozen times to report disturbances in Hayden's apartment in West Hollywood.
Was there ever any instances where you thought there could be domestic violence going on?
Oh, absolutely. I saw her leaving on a gurney. Brian was right next to her, and I asked her if she was okay. And it looked to me that she, had suffered some type of trauma that, looked to be battering. And it was clear she was terrified.
Brian Hickerson was jailed for 45 days in 2021 for punching Hayden with his closed fist in the face and was banned from the apartment complex where Hayden lived. This image of Hickerson was posted on the property. Warning to all residents, if he is seen anywhere on this property, please call 911 immediately. But Hayden led him back into her life, and they were together when the troubled star was found dead in an Airbnb in Greenville, South Carolina, apparently from an overdose.
What was your reaction when you heard the news about Hayden's death?
It's really devastating. She's so young and she had so much life left to live.
Today, Greenville cops were seen at the home of Brian Hickerson's grandparents. Cops say it was a welfare check unrelated to Hayden's death. We're also learning more about Hayden's final hours. Brian Hickerson's brother, a local preacher named Zach Hickerson, arrived at the Airbnb around 1:50 p.m. on Sunday. Published reports say he found his brother asleep in bed, and Hayden was unconscious and unresponsive on an armchair. Hayden's mother, Leslie Vogel, is demanding a full police investigation. That is not the typical hour of the day that you are partying, generally speaking. That is a concern, she said. At this point, I am not launching a private investigation. It might change. But Hayden's mother is also coming under fire herself after saying the 36-year-old star had, quote, sadly lost her way. I wish she had stayed true to herself because she had many incredible attributes.
All I can think of is thanks, Mom, for nothing. It makes me so sad that of the opportunity that you have after your daughter's death, that's what you choose to leave us with.
So yeah, there's still an investigation going. I'll keep an eye on it for sure. I know that DEA at this point has joined the investigation, but we still don't have a whole lot of information yet. But it makes me sad because as much as I do want to see people held accountable for this, especially that fuck-ass boyfriend, if he really had anything to do with this death, I want to see him held accountable, but I hate the fact that her death is almost turning into like a true crime story. It's so terrible that this is what Hayden Panettiere's legacy is going to be to some extent. Anyway, an abusive boyfriend who I would say definitely is responsible, and that's just my opinion, for his ex's death. Let's talk about Reggie Watts. So this is, because I searched Reggie Watts on Twitter to find some posts of people talking about this, and of course I came across this from a few days prior to the Rolling Stone article coming out. I guess he was in some dropout thing with other big comedians like Gianmarco Ceresi and Taylor Tomlinson, which that fucking sucks.
It's harder than I thought. Wait.
Shout out to the wig and hair people.
Shout out to
big shout out to them.
Shout out to hair, makeup, and art. Y'all crushed it with these wigs.
Well, what up, Sean Marco? Hi. What up, Taylor? Hi. Hey, big homie. What up, Reggie? Over here. Oh, sorry. There we go. What's up? What up?
Imagine being one of these guys, one of these other people in the video, but like just a few days, you had no idea this was gonna happen. And now here you are next to him. It's not their fault, but you have to know, too, that, like, I guess I don't know when the dropout thing was filmed, but Reggie Watts for sure knew that this article was coming out. I mean, him and his team are quoted in the piece. They for sure recognized the fact that, like, this was a looming thing. And yet, here he was, just going around. I guess at that point you have to. Just get in all the gigs while you can. But yeah, this fucking... I'm not gonna say... I don't know. I don't know that much about Reggie Watts. I know him. I know of him. But I don't know enough about him to say if I find this surprising or not. A whole bunch of people have done the thing where they're like, oh, I knew the whole time that there was something off about this guy. I wouldn't have ever said that, but I didn't follow his career that closely to begin with. But I will say that I did find some stuff that was a little gross. And this isn't even necessarily his fault. But so, apparently, Doja Cat said in an interview, this is from 2024, that she used to have a crush on Reggie Watts. So apparently some ladies find this man very attractive. Couldn't be me, but this was from the Late Late Show, because he was one of the, if you don't know who Reggie Watts is at all, he's like a comedian, a musical comedian who was the like band leader of the Late Late Show's band. And so here he is. This is from 2021. But this is a clip from the Late Late Show with them talking about Doja Cat, and this just made me feel real gross when this popped up.
Why were you delivering milk?
Because Doja Cat needed milk.
Stop! No, hang on. Shut up.
Yeah.
Right, is delivering milk some kind of euphemism now?
No, she was making hot chocolate.
This has got to stop. This Doja Cat thing. This Doja Cat thing is getting out of control. Are you being deadly serious now?
I am, yeah.
Doja Cat
Yeah.
sent you a message
Yes.
at 3:30 this morning.
Yes.
Saying, I need some milk.
Yeah. She was describing she had hot chocolate in France and loved it because it was very thick and rich, and she just loved that. And then she was making hot chocolate while we were FaceTiming, and then she's like, oh my gosh, I don't have any milk. And then I was like, well, I guess I better get some milk. And she's like, okay. So I went to the grocery store.
And she said that at like 3 in the morning, so Doja was down bad. For Reggie Watts. I need homegirl to get help.
So I went to the grocery
Well, I'm thrilled that you had sex last night. That's...
gosh. I did not know that. No, we're just friends. It was great. It was fun.
Yeah, no, it sounds like a totally normal thing your friends do.
This is how men talk about women all the time. Just gross. Anyway, so apparently, I didn't really know this, but I guess Reggie Watts is really, really big into ketamine. Here he is with one of these other, like, comedy musical guys, Mark Ribbolett. I don't know much about him either, but here's their song they made together. So yeah, big into ketamine, big into drugs, big into psychedelics as like a spiritual thing. So this is where the Rolling Stone article comes in. Reggie Watts is a prominent ketamine advocate. Was it his ex's undoing? So it opens up here. In a backyard in the valleys of Los Angeles, a crowd of 60 people gathered to celebrate the life of Catherine Early McCullough. Family members, longtime friends, colleagues, and even an ex-boyfriend who hosted the gathering at his home spent the evening drying tears and laughing as they exchanged memories of McCullough, how she always forgot her keys, her silly made-up language that they somehow all became fluent in, and the sheer magic that was Cat. Oh, by the way, trigger warning for suicide. Real bad. But the obvious hung in the air unsaid. In recent months, McCullough had become gaunt. The sparkle in her eyes had dulled, and her smile seemed forced. A mind that got into Cornell Law School, earning a near-perfect LSAT score on her first try, had grown increasingly spacey. Friends struggled to come to terms with how, in the span of around 2 years, McCullough developed a once unimaginable addiction to ketamine, and how the figure who'd loomed largest over the 36-year-old's life. Oh my gosh, she's also 36. Same age as Hayden. We're losing our girls. The 36-year-old's life was now absent. Her most recent ex-boyfriend, Reggie Watts. So, basically, she met Reggie Watts at some point. Let me see. So in the 5 months since McCullough's death, her younger sister, Colleen, still struggles to wrap her mind around how drastically McCullough changed during her time with Watts. I feel very strongly that the sister that I knew before this relationship would still be here if she had never met him. So she was model height with large bouncing curls, but she gravitated toward creative pursuits. Seemed like a cool person in general. But then, let's see, where does she meet? So it was around this time, in May 2023, that McCullough bumped into Watts at a party. She commemorated the moment with a text to a friend. That photo was taken by Reggie Watts, whose ketamine I was high on. What a life. It's a running joke in Los Angeles that if you're out late enough, Watts will somehow materialize. The youthful he's 54? The youthful 54-year-old is easy to spot, his 6-foot build accentuated by his long, frizzled-out hair that he wears loose or piled high in a bun that tilts to the side. Watts comes across as a lovable, goofy teddy bear, says one ex-girlfriend who requested anonymity for privacy, and someone who's always down for a good time. He's one of the most social people I've ever met and loves staying out super late. When the bars close down, he frequently hosts gatherings at his house until 5, 6 in the morning. An eccentric character with a cult following, Watts considers himself a citizen of the world. Born overseas to a French mother, blah, 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 blah. These early tendencies would become his calling card, improvisational surrealist stand-up acts blending music, looping pedals, and comedy. Watts bounced around small bands before he began composing for comedy specials and the Key and Peele show, and starred in the TV talk show Comedy Bang Bang. So he was on Late Late Show. So, blah, 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 blah. So McCullough hooked up with Watts. She was taken with him immediately. She just got hooked. The two began spending all their time together, with Watts flying McCullough's first class to join him on tour stops. It was very intense. I would describe it as Reggie love bombing her. Like, let me fly you out to here. Let me treat you like this. It was extremely generous. And it was world-changing. It truly felt like a cheesy romance movie. He was really playing the part. He met her every desire, and she really wanted that. But there was early friction. Watts was clear from the beginning that he had been polyamorous for decades, and McCullough should expect him to continue dating other women. At an early age, Watts wrote in his memoir he became obsessed with the idea of romance, fashioning himself into the sensitive James Bond, the funny James Bond, the James Bond who respected women, of course. They always do that too, where like they have to make the fact that they respect women into like something that they use as a selling point about themselves. It's like if you respected them so much, I don't know that you would need to talk about it, really. It would just come across in your actions. Watts found he had a habit of continually falling for women who were strong, who were bold, who had a little unexpected magic about them, and decided it'd be best to keep all of his relationships open. I don't know why that... Why does one lead to the other? You love women so much, you respect women so much that you have to be polyamorous because it's like, oh, there's just too many women out there to respect with my penis. It's fine. I think that like polyamory is fine. Like some people are into it. That's cool for them. I do think if you're in a relationship with someone that does not want to be polyamorous and you're polyamorous and you're trying to insist on a polyamorous relationship, it's not gonna work. You've both gotta be monogamous or you've both gotta be poly, one of the two. It doesn't work with only one party. It says McCullough was not game. After a few months of dating, McCullough effectively gave Watts an ultimatum and he agreed to be monogamous. Yeah, see, that doesn't work either. She then moved into Watts' Silver Lake home. After that point, they hard launched. So they were boyfriend and girlfriend, Instagram official as of May of 2024. And then a few months into their relationship, Colleen felt she was watching her sister completely do everything to bend herself to fit his life. Although McCullough was supposed to be studying for the bar exam, McCullough reassured friends that she had things under control, cramming in sessions from dimly lit airplane cabins, backstage at a show, or cocooned at social gatherings. McCullough felt a need to be near Watts constantly, fearing he would lose interest if she didn't accompany him to events. As a result, she became his shadow. They were spiritually married. Okay. And then promises influence McCullough to quit her externship. Everyone in McCullough's circle could see she was consumed by the relationship. McCullough's ex-boyfriend and friend Travis Flournoy says that prior to dating Watts, she actively resisted discussions around spirituality and higher consciousness. She was the least woo-woo person, he says. But Watts, who is well-versed in Gnosticism, an esoteric religious philosophy that places emphasis on the spiritual realm and obtaining wisdom about oneself, seemed to have a profound impact on McCullough's worldview. She began parroting some of Watts's beliefs about discovering one's higher self to her friends and mused on those concepts in her own writing. She felt very strongly that Reggie was her soulmate and her teacher. She just wanted to fucking be with him. Yeah, there's a very kind of like culty dynamic that the relationship has where it feels kind of like he's the cult leader and she's the follower, even if she's a lone follower. Though maybe there were more other followers too, given the fact that he is so social and he's out there. And she did already, it seems like, feel like if she wasn't with him all the time that he would lose interest in her, which just kind of gave her a reason to be around him all the time, as if like her place is going to be taken by another one of the cult members, which I didn't realize that Reggie Watts had this kind of following, but I guess he does. So Watts' fondness for drugs is no secret, with one mutual friend of his and McCullough's describing him as an all-day, everyday ketamine and marijuana user. He's a psychedelic evangelist and self-declaring psychonaut, believing psychedelics and spirituality go hand in hand, which that to me, I get that some people do use, they use drugs and psychedelics to like open their third eye or whatever. I think that probably could be useful. There is studies saying that psychedelics can be a useful form of therapy, but I think it's like a useful form of therapy probably like when you do it every once in a while, because it gives you a new perspective. If you need to be doing psychedelics all fucking day in order to feel spiritually connected, I don't know that you really feel that spiritual in the first place. I think that you're just like hallucinating all day and confusing that with spirituality. And if you can't stop doing it, if you feel like by not doing it you're no longer spiritually connected, that sounds just like an addiction, really. That sounds like your entire life is just rooted around drugs. And this is whatever, like if that's you, if that's your life, I guess good luck to you. Have fun fucking your brain up a little bit, you know? Regular drug use, regular heavy drug use, it is gonna fuck your brain up a little bit. I'm not like a prude about it. I think it's fine completely if people want to do drugs, but like regular drug usage, you are just constantly fucking with the chemicals in your brain in a way that at a certain point does become a little irreversible. Even with marijuana, and I'm a pretty habitual marijuana user myself, but like it doesn't have no effect. So the fact that he was going around apparently like really, really promoting this heavy drug usage is kind of concerning. I mean, I don't want to be too precious about it, but like he clearly had a pretty dedicated audience that he's just convincing to do drugs all the time. So he wears shirt with Cataverse printed on the front and has appeared on a number of podcasts, academic panels, and a Netflix documentary discussing his experience with substances. His first exposure to drugs, okay, who cares about that? And then by 2021, Watts took a liking to ketamine. Is anyone in a K-hole? Watts semi-jokingly asked the crowd at the Outside Lands Festival in San Diego that October. He then launched into a spiel about how he was a client of ketamine and he'd encourage all of you guys to get a prescription. According to Watts, ketamine felt like dancing on the edge of a black hole and experiencing pure consciousness observing itself. So then they have a whole bunch of stuff here about like ketamine. I will say that like the first half of this article really hits on the ketamine stuff in a way that does feel a little bit puritanical. I think it is good to like warn people of the risks of this kind of rhetoric that Watts was pushing, but they focus so much on the ketamine stuff and not as much on, it almost feels like the second half of the article is where the shoe kind of drops, where you're like, oh, fuck this guy, actually. But it starts here with, like, he had been a prominent advocate for using ketamine as a therapeutic aid. On Joe Rogan's podcast in 2024, Watts proudly recalled leading a friend through a ketamine experience after they had been nervous to try the drug, saying he considered himself really good at dosing. Apparently, a lot of people who knew him would say that that is not true. In January, Watts was a guest on Rainn Wilson's podcast, where Watts played devil's advocate to Wilson's skeptic about casual use of mind-altering substances. Wilson brought up actor Matthew Perry, who had been undergoing ketamine infusion therapy and became addicted, leading him to acquire the drug outside the safety of a clinic. Perry suffered an accidental fatal overdose in October 2023 and drowned in his hot tub. Watts had a swift rebuttal. Whatever he died of, it wasn't ketamine, he countered. It was like a drug, it was a drug reaction, and he also had heart problems. There was a confluence. The Los Angeles Medical Examiner's Office listed Perry's cause of death as the acute effects of ketamine, noting Perry had a history of heart disease. Viewers mainly agreed with Watts and scoffed at Wilson for being what they perceived as overly judgmental. It's clear that Watts has a fair amount of experience with psychedelics and he approaches them responsibly and thoughtfully, said one commenter. Yet turns out no. Turns out he, gives people way too high of a dose a lot when he's out partying with them, allegedly, according to these people. He will tell people that, oh, you're just gonna take this much and it's gonna be great. It's gonna have you tripping in a way that opens up your spirituality, whatever the fuck. And then he just gives people, an insane dose and they just, vomit and have a panic attack. Sometimes. But so... Within McCullough's community of creatives, no one was a prude about drug use, but while all of McCullough's friends admit she was open-minded and had experimented with substances in the past, including marijuana, cocaine, ketamine, and ecstasy, they were adamant that she was not a heavy drug user. I never knew her to really be a drug user, says one friend. At parties, I rarely saw her do drugs, and if I did, she'd do 1 or 2 bumptinis, which is a made-up word for the tiniest bump of something. That's adorable. That's cute. But she drastically increased her consumption after she started dating Watts. Drugs became a central part of their relationship, and early on, Watts brought McCullough to a practitioner for an intramuscle ketamine injection. McCullough told friends, as did Watts, that Watts felt he could best connect with someone when they were on the same plane. He would call it medicine. He really has this idea that most people moving through the world are holding themselves back, and taking this medicine all day, every day opens you up and detaches you from your ego. Maybe you shouldn't be super detached from your ego, though. Maybe, like, your ego is a little bit what grounds you in the actual world that you do have to exist in. He thought Catherine had all these flaws, and he acted as if he were her teacher, and through this medicine, I'm going to guide you through these experiences and towards being a more conscious, open-hearted person. Gross. He really took her to the edge, someone said. McCullough's friends were also concerned about the amount of drugs she was taking. According to 2 of McCullough's friends, Watts believed there should be no difference in their dosage amounts, despite their significant difference in tolerance levels and physical size. It was something McCullough repeatedly voiced concern about, confiding in at least 2 friends that she believed Watts was giving her more than she could handle. At one party, a friend says she overheard McCullough questioning Watts as to whether the amount of ketamine he was administering to her was the right amount. Watts was constantly pushing her boundaries and trying to convince her that she should be taking the same dose as him, or at least a heavier dose than what she thought she wanted. It was tension between them. The vibe was that he didn't respect that. So his lawyers are saying, well, she was an experienced drug user, so he didn't need to encourage her to partake in substance use with him. Like, okay, fuck off. And then to her friends, the escalation was jarring. Catherine, to us, was not a rock star or a psychonaut, and clearly she was having moments where she wasn't keeping up and faltering. McCullough would later detail her extensive drug use in her notes app, claiming that she nearly died from the chemical inhalant I'm not even going to attempt to pronounce that. Had K-hold extremely hard many times and once severely overdosed on MDMA. MDMA is a Madonna album. And then there's a lot of other stuff in here about the drug usage. So then Rolling Stone spoke to 5 women who dated Watts over the past 2 decades, whose combined experiences showcase a pattern of what some described as reckless and selfish behavior from Watts that manifested in different ways across his relationships and led to potentially precarious moments. Substances have always been a major part of Watts' lifestyle, according to 3 women who recall how he'd encouraged them to use drugs with him. A decade ago, Watts seemed mostly interested in weed and THC-based drinks. He was constantly ushering one of his girlfriends to join him to get high. The context was usually around, you're always telling me all the things that make you feel bad, and I'm giving you something that would make you feel good, and you're not letting me help you feel good. From the pandemic, according to the 2 of these women, Watts began experimenting with ketamine and kratom, a substance from a tropical tree's leaves that act as a natural stimulant in smaller doses and a powerful sedative in higher amounts. So someone who dated Reggie said he was very insistent on her trying ketamine and was espousing expansive, almost theological-like reasons to get her to agree. Watts would offer her a hero dose, a particularly large quantity, which she adamantly refused, but maybe if someone was more open, she says, maybe they got the hero dose without stopping. So another woman says that she felt judged or pressured by Watts to partake in substance use with him, but she never felt judged or pressured, but she did feel encouraged, though she noted Watts would respect her decision if she declined, so that's nice. I had so many experiences with him where he would be like, this is totally going to be fine for you, it feels amazing. Next thing you know, I'm dry heaving on my hands and knees in a stranger's bathroom. It doesn't feel like there was a lot of care, it was mostly like, damn, that sucks. So, when someone is panicking, he doesn't really care for them in a way where, like, if he's really committed to this, like, therapy thing, with these psychedelics, you would really think that he would be a little bit more responsible about how he dosed people, but also how he took care of them when they have a bad trip, which that fucking happens sometimes. Especially, it sounds like with the amount that he was trying to get people to use these drugs. So Claire and another woman whom Rolling Stone is identifying as Lindsay describe an intense cycle of love bombing and whittling away at their self-confidence. They claimed Watts played manipulative mind games with them and blew past their boundaries in pursuit of his own self-satisfaction. So, one woman said that there was a constant cycle of love bombing and veiled insults that would tear down your self-esteem, but then when their relationship ended in 2020, she says that he started hyperventilating. I could see in his eyes that he knew he lost his grip on me, and so it was so weird how it manifested in him. He kind of teared up a little bit, and that's all I remember because I was really surprised by that reaction from him. So after the breakup, she tried to remain friendly with Watts. She became suspicious, however. He was monitoring her when on at least 2 occasions he appeared where she was, including a restaurant during a date and at a hotel in Los Angeles. In trying to win her back, Watts allegedly, and this is fucking gross, so trigger warning for sexual assault here, Watts allegedly disclosed that he had an explicit video of her that she had not consented to. I was shocked, Lindsay says, still confused about why Watts would think she would be flattered by his confession. Lindsay says she made Watts delete the recording, recognizing it as a disgusting breach of trust. She eventually blocked Watts and discarded all of the electronic devices he had gifted her. Oh my god! I wish I had went to the police, but the time has passed. Watts offered no response when asked if he had filmed a sexual encounter with Lindsay without her permission. Jesus Christ. To Claire, Watts seemed charming and lighthearted, but she would now describe their 4-month relationship as abusive. A red flag came when Watts pressured Claire to stop taking doctor-prescribed medication, blaming the prescriptions on her struggle to orgasm during sex. I remember we had one fight where he was at the James Corden show backstage yelling at me about how this was an ego thing for men, that it was a deal breaker for him. It was a point of contention for weeks, and after putting up with Watts rolling his eyes and walking out of the room whenever she took the medication, I finally ended up going off of it for him, which I really regret. That's awful. And this part's pretty bad too. After Claire went off her medication, she says one incident would make her cut Watts out of her life completely. During what would be their first official date, Watts disclosed that he had an STD and vowed to be hypervigilant about wearing condoms. He made a big show with where he kept his condoms, Claire says. Watts was not always upfront about his alleged STD diagnosis, according to 3 women who say he only disclosed his condition after they had been intimate. McCullough told Colleen that something similar occurred with her, with Watts allegedly saying, "I didn't think you needed to know because I wasn't having an outbreak." In Claire's eyes, there was an implicit agreement they would always use protection. One night as Claire was leaving Watts' home, she claims he came up behind her and initiated sex. Afterward, Claire knew something was wrong. Before I even looked at him, he said, "I'm sorry. I just had to know how you felt." My heart went to my throat because I knew what that meant. I turned around and he did not have a condom on. Just fucking disgusting. For years, Claire says she had been hesitant to publicly share her experience with Watts. You always have in the back of your mind, maybe everyone thinks I'm crazy because he's so nice and charming. Why would anyone believe me? What if I'm the only person that has this story? Watts did not respond to Rolling Stone's detailed list of questions regarding his behavior in past relationships, but through an attorney said any suggestion that he recklessly exposed his ex-girlfriends to sexually transmitted disease was false. His lawyer provided the name of a former girlfriend whom Watts dated in the early 2010s as a character witness, but she declined to be interviewed by phone. In a text message, however, she said, "Reggie is a wonderful, generous, thoughtful person and a dear friend." Okay, thank you. So one woman says that she dated Watts briefly in the 2010s. She felt so unmoored that she took acting classes in a bid to feel more interesting. I didn't even date him for that long, but it affected me so seriously that I ended up having a complete personality crisis. I still remember having these really intense feelings of like, why do I feel completely broken? It left me questioning my own self-worth. And so, back to the McCullough, the woman who died, Catherine. Apparently, she told, I think her sister, that's who Colleen is, right? She's told her that she had an addiction problem, but she was hesitant to tell Reggie and said, "I've got to prepare for it because he's not going to like it." Weeks later, McCullough would backtrack, becoming defensive when Colleen asked her how the conversation with Watts went. McCullough said she no longer believed she had a drug problem. I didn't realize the danger she was really in this relationship, Colleen adds. It's so painfully obvious now. So at some point, Catherine started to recognize the fact that, like, her ketamine use was getting a little out of hand, and she thought that she had an addiction. She was nervous about telling Reggie. She then told Reggie, and then came back from that conversation saying, like, oh, apparently I was wrong. I didn't have a ketamine addiction, which is crazy. So then, a year into McCullough's relationship with Watts, her friends and sister tried to show McCullough that the relationship was toxic and that they believed there were aspects that were abusive. I noticed an extreme personality change and the chiseling away and erosion of her independence. I tried the tough love approach. I could not break the spell he had over her. So there was Watts skirting around, paying McCullough any salary for her work for him. I don't remember what she was working on for him, but he apparently owed her money. And then Watts attempted to steer McCullough away from certain friends he didn't like, according to Dakota and Vanderslice, the latter of whom recalls 2 instances where Watts physically led McCullough away to be alone with him in a separate room for lengths of time, including at Vanderslice's wedding. Ugh. There were a lot of things that he did to control her that are classic abusive behaviors in terms of trying to isolate her. He said he tried to make McCullough malleable enough to be open to leaving her job and some friendships behind. He cultivated a dynamic and a relationship where she felt like she could only truly access intimacy, closeness, and empathy from him if they were both using drugs together. And so then her father died at one point when McCullough returned home to South Carolina to be by her father's side before his death in early 2025. Watts declined to accompany her and was emotionally absent, telling McCullough that he didn't do grief. According to Colleen, McCullough told Watts she needed his support. He responded, I've thought a lot about that, and I just need to protect myself right now. Kind of the same thing that Hayden Panettiere's mother did. But, Jesus Christ. This weaponization of, like, therapy speak, too, to be like, it's actually a little bit better for me if I don't support you in any way. It's kind of like a boundary that I have. It's an epidemic. It's a problem with more than just Reggie Watts and Hayden Panettiere's mother. But an event in summer of 2025 would trigger a devastating domino effect, according to McCullough's circle. To help her in her grieving process from her father's death, Watts and McCullough took Bufo, an intense ego-death psychedelic derived from the venom of the Sonoran desert toad. So I did see some people saying that they actually think that this might have been a bigger deal than the ketamine usage, because apparently this is like a really, really intense, because it's from a toad. It's from the poison that is on a toad. The poison that, like, if another animal tries to eat a toad, they put it in their mouth for a second and go, ah! Because it's poison. That's what this drug is made from. And apparently it can have some pretty drastic effects. So McCullough wrote in her notes app that her interest in partaking in the Bufo trip was spurred by grief, and afterward McCullough told loved ones that she experienced an enlightening rebirth. But she later began telling friends that she was suffering negative side effects commonly associated with the drug, including nightmares, deep anxiety, and panic for weeks afterward. By August, Watts and McCullough had set off for what was supposed to be a weeks-long international trip, but things would take a dark turn. Whether it was continual heavy drug use, an extreme lack of sleep, or continued flare-ups from the Bufo experience, McCullough entered a state of mania, resulting in unusual social media posts, strange texts to her friends, and a 24-page Google document titled A Working Complete Unified Theory of Infinite Eternal Love. Dakota saw danger immediately when she visited the couple in Berlin. McCullough was still taking various drugs and partying alongside Watts throughout the episode, and Dakota says she started communicating to Reggie that this is really serious. We need to get her to a hospital. She needs medication. Watts was supportive in some ways, Dakota adds, but essentially it was like, Dakota, figure this out. He kept partying and going out with his friends. According to 3 people, Watts seemed desperate to rid himself of McCullough amid this incident, trying to put her on the 14-hour flight from Berlin to Los Angeles alone until he was convinced otherwise by McCullough's friends. When they landed at LAX, McCullough was barely able to walk and soiled herself. Friends came to take her straight to the hospital, where she was placed on a psychiatric hold. A dismissive Watts did not accompany the group to the hospital. Instead, he jumped into an awaiting black car and went home to catch up on sleep. Watts did not deny that he went home during McCullough's initial hospitalization, but said through his attorney that he later visited her. Okay, cool. Watts was adamant. Friend Travis Broyles says that McCullough was not having an episode and it wasn't the ketamine. Instead, Watts allegedly insisted that she was going through some awakening, a deeply spiritual moment. Still in the throes of a manic episode, doctors kept McCullough overnight, ultimately diagnosing her with bipolar disorder. Dr. Po Wang, a psychiatrist and director of the Stanford Bipolar Disorders Clinic, who did not treat McCullough, says for people with a vulnerability to the condition, drugs can definitely unmask the vulnerability. Maybe the bipolar wouldn't come out on its own, he says, and it would have been brought out now with these stimulating medications. I have seen some people, and I don't know anything about this, but I have seen some people say that, like, this is not a super uncommon experience for people who take too much of that, like, bufo drug to have, to the point where, like, it maybe is even questionable that if she had bipolar. That, like, maybe this was just adverse, like, long-term adverse side effects from the drug that she would have eventually recovered from. I don't know that. I don't know anything about that. But it would just be extra sad, too, because it does seem like after this specific trip, that was when her mental health really declined pretty rapidly, and she did take her life. That is where this story ends, and it's very sad, especially if it is possible that this was just a temporary thing that she would have recovered from after a little bit more time away and more time without any substance use. I don't know. I'm not a doctor. I don't fucking know, but after she was released, she eventually returned to Watts' home, but friends say she didn't seem like she had fully stabilized. Other people begged Watts to get rid of all the drugs in his house. He came up with a compromise. He put all the drugs Ms. McCullough could access into a biometric safe that Ms. McCullough could not open, and he hid all the alcohol that was at the residence. But McCullough was still able to find drugs. Colleen claims she saw McCullough doing drugs at Watts' home over FaceTime during this period, and friends claim that Watts never safely locked all of the drugs away. Still in a vulnerable mental state and still taking various drugs, McCullough pinballed between being grateful that her friends had come to her rescue and furious over the hold, which led to a diagnosis that she disagreed with. In her notes app, dated August 18th, 2025, she jotted her reasons I'm not worried about the manic episode, saying there was no known family history of bipolar disorder, and this was the first manic episode she had ever experienced. In that same notes document, McCullough addressed the flip side of her situation, reasons I am worried about the manic episode. She began listing the times she believes she overdosed and highlighting the scientific findings about the long-term effects of heavy ketamine usage. McCullough was direct about her views on Watts' role in her substance intake. My partner is not totally supportive of me resting or abstaining from drugs. I feel his judgment/resistance when I abstain or barely partake or want to do more research before partaking because it confronts him with a message about his own drug use that he is not ready to receive yet. There are absolutely things I can do to improve this by asserting stronger boundaries, but I also need his support and understanding. So there was an immediate shift from Watts after the manic episode, McCullough's friends say. McCullough had already felt anxiety about the security of her relationship after the death of her father disrupted their honeymoon phase, according to Colleen. McCullough was also struggling to keep up with Watts' around-the-clock partying, which began taking a toll on her physically and mentally. She felt Reggie could not get rid of her fast enough. He wanted absolutely nothing to do with her the moment she stopped being fun and easygoing and a good vibe to be around. By October 2025, Watts ended their relationship. In explaining himself, Watts said he couldn't handle being McCullough's caretaker. He fucking sucks, dude. McCullough was destabilized after the breakup. She had no home and no steady job and had pushed some of her closest friends away following the manic episode. McCullough had wanted to explore a career in the entertainment space, but without Watts' support, she believed that possibility was out of reach. She continued to live with Watts and accompanied him to a set of shows in Australia, partly because she had invested a significant amount of her minimal savings into creating his new tour merchandise. God damn. In December, McCullough moved out and rented a room from a mutual friend with Watts covering a few months of her rent until she was back on her feet, spotting her around $1,400 a month. Watts' attorney said he also paid for McCullough's psychiatric treatment and medication. Well, I would hope so. Through the first months of this year, friends say McCullough's self-confidence was shattered and she lost an alarming amount of weight. Watts preferred to speak to her by email, was frosty, and ignored her when he bumped into her at events, according to 4 friends. Just a few months earlier, Watts had assured Miss McCullough that she was his lifelong partner and told their friends they were as good as married and that he'd always provide for her. Okay, well, as good as married is not married. Like, I'm sorry. I am married, but I'm not someone who thinks that everyone needs to get married. But if you're saying that if you're saying that your relationship is as good as married, but you're not fucking married, that implies something. Clearly, you did want a relationship that you could get out of pretty fucking quickly. Now she'd been dumped for what she saw as an involuntary medical response to a drug, and she was addicted to ketamine, taking near daily hits and voicing anxiety about the long-term ramifications, her friends say. She was pretty afraid that perhaps she had fucked up her brain in some way. I'll use her own words here. She regretted how cavalier she was about drug use, but she really trusted the people that she was around. No one registered the depth of McCullough's despair. She began visiting an anonymous suicide forum that some states have tried to restrict access to, and in early March, shortly after her 36th birthday, she began posting about different means and methods to end her life. She wrote of her fears of a painful death and was hopeful about finding someone from the forum to be present with her in her final moments. McCullough wrote a detailed post about why she felt this was the path she needed to take. I was in a relationship with a brilliant, handsome, sensitive, romantic, hilarious, insanely talented, and fun partner that ended because I had a drug-induced manic episode 7 months ago. Never happened to me before that in my life. It made him lose his romantic and sexual attraction to me to see me in that state. Our relationship was dream-level romantic, and we loved being together all the time, doing really fun and stimulating things literally every day with other incredible artists, sleeping in as late as I wanted, sharing a beautiful home, not worrying about money for the first time in my life, being spoiled with whatever I wanted. His life is absolutely incredible, and sharing it with him was bliss, magic, unbelievable, beyond my wildest dreams. I can't get over the stupid way I lost him, and I can't stand my life now compared to what it was with him. I also can't stand knowing I will never be remotely close to that happy again, and knowing I will never love someone nearly as much as him because he is so total package and singular. This is so sad. Jesus Christ. I think about him and memories of our life together and literally every waking moment, and sometimes in my dreams too. It was among some of McCullough's final posts on the forum. Then, without telling anyone apart from a German man she is believed to have met through the site, McCullough boarded a flight for Lima, Peru, where it's reportedly easier to obtain a euthanasia agent. She briefly texted with Watts about the afterlife and posted Happy Reggie Week on Instagram to celebrate Watts' upcoming March 23rd birthday. Then McCullough went dark. It had only been a few days after McCullough left when Colleen realized that she hadn't heard from her sister. Colleen touched base with McCullough's friends, who also had no idea where she was. Having exhausted her options, Colleen reached out to Watts for assistance. He also hadn't heard from McCullough and didn't know where she could be, but he remembered that he had access to her iCloud account and was able to trace her phone's location to a police station in Lima. I'm thinking, oh God, she's there doing some drug ceremony or something, Colleen says. Through a translator, Peruvian authorities relayed that McCullough had been found dead alongside the German man, both dying by suicide. To everyone this hurts, I am so sorry that my peace came at your expense, McCullough wrote in a goodbye letter that was found with her body. I hope you can forgive me. I hope it helps you to know that the way I went was as peaceful as possible. I know it's so selfish and losery to quit because drugs gave me a mental illness that took away the people in the life I loved, but I'm tired and it hurts and I can't trust that things get better. I believe that consciousness is an ocean containing everything and that the individual corporeal self is only a wave temporarily rising from it. I've returned to the ocean because I believe we bring our memories back with us. Because of this, I will never forget or stop loving you. Oh my God. So from a corner of a dark room on April 1st, Watts began recording himself singing a rendition of Blueberry Hill. Hello and welcome. Tonight is a very special night, Watts began in a faux British accent. He briefly paused, ducking out of the frame as the sound of several loud sniffs and the clinking of hollow metal came from off-camera. Watts reappeared. He introduced a new piece of music, something he had just written, an abrasive, cacophonous track. Catherine vibes, Watts captioned the video. My heart is full for you. In a separate post, Watts shared the news of McCullough's death and elaborated on his moment of reflection to his nearly 500,000 followers. Catherine, I will miss you so much. I know you were in pain, and while I tried everything I could reflect the light you brought into this world, the sorrow became too much to overcome. You changed my life. I'm not going to read all that. I'm gonna play a video later, though. Information about McCullough's last day was news to Colleen and McCullough's friends. We're like, what is he talking about? We didn't know those details, Colleen says. It took another week for Watts to disclose to Colleen that he had rummaged through McCullough's iCloud. Flicking through her photos, scrolling through her texts, and going into her notes app, Watts was able to retrace McCullough's final moments and locate a draft of her goodbye letter, which he recited back to Colleen. Colleen was beside herself. It was torturous to not know anything, and he knew the entire week. He didn't consider her family at all. He didn't care. He was like, I have this information, and I'll decide who needs it and who doesn't. Watts did not offer an explanation to Rolling Stone as to why he did not immediately share details with McCullough's family. Through his attorney, Watts said he wasn't aware McCullough was suicidal. Not once during that period did Catherine or any of her family members or friends ever suggest to Reggie that she was suicidal. Well, yeah, people usually don't tell other people. I don't know what you expected. And also, you weren't in her life at that time. You broke up with her after she had a manic episode. The fuck? McCullough's friends were similarly incensed. Watts spoke as if he and McCullough were still together. He used flowery language to describe what they saw as a tragic and horrifying decision. I don't think there's any universe in which you can compliment somebody's suicide. She went to Lima explicitly and exclusively to kill herself. There's nothing beautiful about that. Watts was also hindering the healing process by being insensitive and self-centered, friends say. Watts initially refused to delete a video where he shared more details about McCullough's death, erasing Colleen's comments where she begged him to take down the post. He eventually removed the video. We do have the video, but that's crazy. The fact that her friends were, or her sister, I think, was commenting on his video being like, dude, stop, take this down, and he just deleted her comment instead? That is insane. Watts asked Colleen if she felt comfortable obtaining crime scene photos of McCullough in the bed where her body was found. And when it came to the laborious process of bringing McCullough's body home, for which McCullough's friends created a GoFundMe to offset the $20,000 cost, Watts never donated to the fund or shared the link with his followers. Watts did not dispute this. How disgusting. There's just no room even now, Colleen says. There's no room for her in her own death. Yeah, and then if you need to call the suicide hotline, just dial 988 or chat at 988lifeline.org. Really, really disgusting. Really sad. And especially the thing about not paying for her body to be returned to, that's crazy to me. And how awful for the family, too. Like, you lose your loved one, and then you have to pay $20,000 just to get their body back. He's a really gross man. And I'm going to play the clip, the video that he deleted.
Getting checkup. Yeah, it's been really hard. Week, obviously, and yeah, you know, luckily there's a lot of friends and so much love pouring in from everybody, all sorts of places, and it's incredible to feel that love. And I've done some gigs recently, and some people ask me, you know, why are you doing gigs still? But really, it just feels good to do the gigs because I carry Catherine's energy with me, and I talk about her a little bit.
No, Catherine carried Catherine's energy. And now she's gone, and her energy is gone. Because of your dumbass. Because you got her fucking addicted to a drug, abandoned her, and then she got depressed and killed herself. Like, I normally wouldn't blame somebody else for someone's suicide because it's like there's so many different factors that go into it, and ultimately there were other factors that went into it. But like, Jesus fucking Christ, it couldn't even be more clear. And what's crazy too is like, he's read that shit. He went through her iCloud. He probably even saw her posts on this forum where she's talking about the fact that like her breaking up with him, or him breaking up with her, him leaving her, is what caused her to go into this spiral. Like, he knows that. He's gone through all of her shit. He knows the degree that him leaving her, the amount that played into her suicide. And he's making this video just being like, wow, I'm gonna carry her spirit with me everywhere.
On stage, and it feels really good to know that she's with me. And just so you all know, this is an earring that Catherine got me. It's based on, I guess, mycelium spores. It was when she came to visit me in Berlin the very first time. And she got to meet all my friends up in Berlin. And she loved them so much. This is also Catherine's earring, too, she gave me. So I'm always going to be, well, she's always going to be with me. And I've gotten some great messages from people who have psychic connections, too, telling me that Catherine told them to tell me that she's all right and that she's okay. And however that's received, it's a comfort. And yeah, it's really beautiful. And as for myself, I'm processing, with myself and with other people. But the good thing is I really love myself so much. I have a really great...
We know you do. That's a crazy thing to say while talking about your ex's suicide, that was partially your fault.
With myself and with other people. But the good thing is I really love myself so much. I have a really great relationship with myself, and that is really getting me through right now. A lot of meditation and introspection, and of course running through all the thoughts of, could this have happened? Could that have happened to change things? But
yeah, a lot of different things could have changed things. You could have never gotten her hooked on ketamine. You could have never made her take that bufo drug. You could have listened to her when she said that she was growingly dependent on the drugs that you hooked her on, and you could have taken that seriously. You could have not broken up with her when she had a manic episode. You could have been there for her when her father died. Lot of options, a lot of different ways that this could have been prevented, actually.
In the end, it is the way that it is, and I have to say the way that she chose to go was pretty elegant.
Disgusting. To refer to her suicide as elegant. Oh my God.
In many ways, at least from my perspective.
He could have never sexually assaulted her. Well, that was a different woman. Those were different women. The woman that he stealthed and sexually assaulted in that way, another separate woman. And then the woman that he filmed without her consent, also a separate woman. Like, his abuse of women knows no bounds.
She was very, very intentional about it, and she had a partner that she found on a forum, and they did this thing together. So she wasn't alone. And she had many beautiful...
She wasn't alone, but you abandoned her. The person that she wanted to be with, the person that she had become convinced could solve her life. The guru who inserted himself into her life, he was gone. She had to find some random German guy on a forum, a suicide forum, that she explicitly talked about how the breakup with you prompted her to be there.
Moments in Lima, by the sea, in a sculpture garden, an installation art place, and they stayed in a really nice hotel and rented a cute Airbnb.
Well, yeah, I mean, she didn't have any use for the rest of her money, so she probably spent it all in one place. And then her loved ones had to pay $20,000 to get her body back, that you did not donate to, did not share the GoFundMe. Like, what the hell? The thing is like, the Rolling Stone article is one thing. I think the amount of stuff that, like, his lawyers and him still didn't even push back on, like the fact that he didn't contribute to this GoFundMe at all, that's saying something. But like the article is one thing because it's a bunch of different allegations from a bunch of different people, and there's a little bit of pushback from him and his lawyer. But still, it is somewhat of like a he said, she said kind of thing. But this video in and of itself is crazy.
And ended things there. And yeah, I've grown to accept that as what she chose, and I will honor that. Anyways, thank you for your continued support. And yeah, keep Catherine in your heart. She was amazing. Okay.
Jesus Christ. And then when her sister was commenting on that video, asking him to take it down, he deleted her comments before deleting the video. I really didn't have much of an opinion on Reggie Watts before, but boy, do I have one now. Holy shit. What a terrible man. To do absolutely no reflecting onto how you did kind of cause a woman to kill herself. Really, really gross. Now, he has already seen some consequences from this. I guess he made a theme song for the comedy Bang Bang podcast that is no longer in use. So, there we go. There's that. Fuck you, Reggie Watts. Anyway, that's it for today. We do have, obviously, our Honorary Pop Girlie. So we'll hit that. And then we'll be out of here. And hopefully we'll never have to think about Reggie Watts again. So, Honorary Pop Girlie. Just one today, but a deserved one. It's Rosie O'Donnell! So it's kind of funny too because Rosie O'Donnell actually came up twice in the last stream, and I didn't realize at the time that that was her first night hosting Jimmy Kimmel Live. I didn't realize that she was going to be hosting, but I guess Jimmy was on some sort of vacation or something, and so he did the smart thing, which was find the person whom Donald Trump hates even more than him to host the show in his absence, which would be Rosie O'Donnell. Rosie has a history with Trump going back to her days on The View. This was her in 2006, so 20 years ago.
Starting again in January, he held a big press conference to see if he was going to allow Miss USA, such a prestigious title, to regain and retain. Miss America is the prestige. Miss USA is a different thing.
Representing America in a bathing suit.
Yes, it's basically a model competition. Let's be realistic, okay?
What about peace in the world? They always want peace in the world.
They have one question in Miss USA.
And they always say,
I'd like to cure cancer and end world hunger. And then I'd like to go to Studio 54 and do some crack. You know, but apparently, this young girl, Tara Connor, how old is she? 21. She went out and she was partying. She's from Kentucky.
She's so cute.
She went to New York and she was hanging out at all the parties, doing what Paris and Lindsay do, you know, dancing, whatever. And so he held a press conference to announce whether or not she was going to retain her crown. And then she started to cry.
She did.
Going, I just want to thank Donald is giving me a second chance.
It was brilliant.
And there he is, hair looping, going, everyone deserves a second chance, and I'm going to give her a second chance.
Her hair is perfect for that. Your hair is perfect for that.
Listen, he annoys me on a multitude of levels. He's the moral authority. Left the first wife, had an affair. Left the second wife, had an affair. Had kids both time, but he's the moral compass for 20-year-olds in America. That McDonald's. Sit and spin, my friend. I don't enjoy him. No. No.
Well, listen, he's a businessman.
Let's hear
Well,
the
listen,
other side.
this is the thing. You know, you say what you want to say about him. I
Yeah.
know you said that his father gave him his money.
It's
I know that.
true.
Well, listen, the fact of the matter is, you say what you want to say, but he's a businessman.
Yeah.
He's a master of branding. There are a lot of kids who've inherited money from their parents, and you can't see anything about it except a car or a house that's defunct.
He inherited a lot of money.
Well,
Wait a minute. And he's been bankrupt so many times where he didn't have to pay.
People have been bankrupt, but he's come back.
The people beneath him who he owed money to got shorted out of the money, but he got to try again and again. And you know what saved him the second time? After his father died, with that money, he paid off all his bankruptcy. This is not a self-made
He's
man.
honorable. He paid off his creditors.
No, he didn't. He didn't pay off the people he owed.
They put you on
Here
a
comes
payment
a
plan.
lawsuit. Get ready. This is going to be good.
Rosie, they put you on a payment plan.
He sues, you know. I can imagine.
Yeah.
He's going to sue me, but he'll be bankrupt by that time, so I won't have to worry. But I don't know. I just think that this man is like sort of one of those, snake oil salesmen in Little House on the Prairie. You remember that episode where the guy would come in with a lot of bottles and everybody would be like, ooh, and then he'd leave and little Laura Ingalls would go, Dad, I don't think there's anything in this bottle. Well, you're right, Half Pint. That man was full of crap. You know, that's sort of what it is, I think, you know. I love it. That's my opinion. I don't enjoy him.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
And then, so hosting Jimmy Kimmel, she also did something that I thought was very fun. She gave away copies of Confessions 2 to the entire Jimmy Kimmel audience. Not because Madonna was even a guest on the show, she just wanted to. Which, that's the kind of shit that I would love to use a late night hosting gig for.
Listen, everybody, my buddy Madonna turned 68 years old yesterday. I met her in 1992 on the set of League of Their Own. Our first scene together right there. Well, she has just released her 15th solo album, Confessions 2. Everyone is going home with a copy. Everyone! There you go. Free stuff! Free stuff! Listen.
Rosie's for the people. I love her. Even when she's problematic, I still love her. She's my problematic fave. But that's it. That's our show. I will see some of you next week. Next week is the member stream, so I will not be here for the public stream, but we'll be back the week after that. And yeah, I'll see what happens in between that time. What culture brings us. But good night, everybody. Get Reggie Watts' disgusting voice out of your head. And take care of yourselves. Pet your dog for me. Good night.